Chapter 1088 The Secret of the Green Fire World 2 Chapter 1088 The Secret of the Green Fire World 2 That was a horrifying battle in which people fought each other desperately. The Gene Kingdom's top experts far exceeded those in our palace. Nonetheless, there were many people in the Green Fire World. Apart from our palace, all the other forces and a large number of solitary experts in the Green Fire World were involved in that battle. Relying on the advantage of the number of people, we repelled the Gene Kingdom after paying a terrible price. And among the 6 top experts above the Celestial Master level in the Green Fire World, 2 died in that battle. Many forces were annihilated in that battle. For example, the top experts in the force controlled by Celestial Master Zhong, the old man you just saw, were almost exterminated. Jian Wushuang was astonished, but hurriedly asked, "We only repelled the Gene Kingdom by paying such a heavy price." That was not a bad result. Celestial Master Yu Ding smiled bitterly. The experts from the Gene Kingdom suffered great losses in that war too. Our palace masters placed a formidable restriction on this battlefield at a great cost and blocked all experts from the Gene Kingdom here. Neither could they leave nor send the message out. This has led to the present stalemate. Stalemate. Jian Wushuang's heart throbbed. Yes, we and the Gene Kingdom are fighting crazily in the battlefield presently, whether it is for scrambling for treasures or the intense hatred toward each other. In short, our palace would never stop fighting with the Gene Kingdom unless all of us died. Celestial Master Yu Ding said. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he asked, "Who gains the upper hand in the fighting?" For the time being, the Gene Kingdom gains the upper hand. After all, it possesses too many Celestial Masters. Although quite a few experts died in the previous battle, more than half were left. The number of its experts far exceeds that of our palace. Moreover, its expert strength is superior to ours. However, we are just temporarily the underdog. Celestial Master Yu Ding said confidently. Its experts are trapped there all the time without reinforcements. Thus, they will all die one day. Unlike them, our palace is supported by the entire Green Fire World, and there is a steady stream of experts appearing continually. Our world has been on this battlefield since its birth, and its foundation is stronger than that of the Gene Kingdom. The Gene Kingdom can only look at the 3 secret lands controlled by our palace in despair. 3 secret lands? Jian Wushuang asked confusedly. Celestial Master Yu Ding explained. They are the Space-Time Secret Land, Sword World, and Heart Tempering Road. The opening times of the 3 secret lands are different. The Space-Time Secret Land opens every 1,000,000 years. The Sword World opens every 100,000 years. The Heart Tempering Road opens every 10,000 years. Your father was so lucky that he encountered the opening of the Space-Time Secret Land as he just joined the Green Fire Palace. He has a lot of talent, and his master is one of the 5 palace masters, so he was entitled to enter the Space-Time Secret Land. Then, earth-shaking changes took place on his strength. Jian Wushuang understood all this after hearing Celestial Master Yu Ding's words. He knew that his father had practiced in a secret land for more than 100,000 years, but time did not pass so quickly in the outside world. The secret land his father had entered should be the space-time secret land. The battlefield we are on is a great treasure. Our world just found these 3 secret lands temporarily. I speculate there must be more secret lands and opportunities hiding on this battlefield. Since the establishment of our palace, many experts have found countless opportunities there. Jian Wushuang, you just joined the Green Fire Palace, so don't covet the 3 secret lands for the time being. There is a place that is filled with opportunities where any member of the Green Fire Palace can enter and gain huge benefits. Celestial Master Yu Ding said. Where? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I will bring you there later. Now, I will take you somewhere else. Celestial Master Yuding said. They came to a scarlet pavilion. Although it only had 3 floors, it appeared very tall. Where are we? Jian Wushuang had the look of confusion on his face. The Fire Point Exchange Office of our palace. Celestial Master Yuding answered smilingly. Fire Point? Exchange Office? Jian Wushuang felt very confused. The Fire Point is something named by our palace, and it's equal to point or something like the battle achievement. Celestial Master Yuding explained smilingly. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. At the same time, he was aware of the significance of the exchange office. You have been in the green fire world for so long, so I don't need to explain the use of the exchange office for you. I'll just tell you something different. Celestial Master Yuding continued. The Scarlet Tower is in fact a rare treasure that our experts found on the battlefield. It possesses intelligence and has quite a discerning eye. It can not only recognize many treasures, but also is able to estimate their value. And that's why we take it as the exchange office. You are aware that there are many good things left on the battlefield. Most of our experts don't recognize these treasures and their value. However, this Scarlet Tower can assess that. Really? Jian Wushuang finally had a general understanding about that. Right at this moment, Gu King said with disdain inside Jian Wushuang's body, Nonsense. It's merely a lowest-grade, priceless treasure vault that's spread here from the eternal chaotic world. How can it recognize too many treasures? Gu King, what do you mean? Jian Wushuang asked. Most of the sects and forces in the eternal chaotic world has treasure vaults that is used for their experts or disciples to exchange treasures. For the sake of convenience, some experts especially refine the priceless treasure vaults, which can automatically estimate the value of treasures. The higher their grades are, the more treasures they can recognize. The Scarlet Tower in front of you is a lowest grade, priceless treasure vault. It's only able to judge the value of some very common treasures in the eternal chaotic world. However, it might be unable to estimate the value of some treasures of higher value. For example, your blood-killing plate armor, let alone your mountain river map. Gu King said, Really? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Does that mean in the exchange office there might be some treasures of great value that are estimated as something of low value? Probably. You can observe them carefully when you enter the tower later. Maybe you can find some nice things. Gu King said. Chapter 1089, Fire Point Exchange Office. Chapter 1089, Fire Point Exchange Office. Jian Wushuang, go in and have a look. Celestial Master Yuding said. Fine. That was just what he wanted. He instantly entered the Scarlet Tower. However, he did not see any treasure at first glance. What he saw were the lists of treasures floating in the void. On these lists, treasures were divided into different categories. For example, magic weapons, secret skills, elixirs, natural treasures, and special treasures. The priceless treasure vault can not only judge the value of treasures, but also know how to classify them voluntarily. Jian Wushuang thought with a smile and looked at the magic weapons first. There were countless high-grade magic weapons, including knives, spear, clubs, and other kinds. The worst ones were emperor weapons, top-grade emperor weapons. Top-grade emperor weapons are fantastic in the green fire world and can stir a fever of enthusiasm among many Dao masters. However, in the green fire palace, they are the worst ones. 10 fire points are sufficient to exchange them. Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly. More than 90% of magic weapons here were emperor weapons with all sorts of strange kinds, for example, wings, fans, and copper bells that had special functions. Apparently, those with special functions were more precious. The chaos magic weapons were better than the emperor weapons. The most valuable magic weapon here was a cyan sickle, a chaos magic treasure. Magic weapons had 4 grades in total, namely the emperor weapon level, the chaos magic weapon level, the Chaos Magic Treasure level, and the Chaos Divine Treasure level. Jian Wushuang's blood-killing plate armor was a Chaos Magic Treasure, and his Mountain River map was a Chaos Divine Treasure. Good gracious! There is a Chaos Magic Treasure in the Green Fire Palace. Gu Qing's voice carried a touch of shock. This is a Chaos Magic Treasure. Although it is of the lowest grade and is way worse than your blood-killing plate armor, it would attract many experts to contend for it, even if it were in the eternal chaotic world. It must be a treasure that experts from the Green Fire Palace attained from the battlefield. The Green Fire world itself can never possess such a treasure. Jian Wushuang said. Well, that's possible. Gu Qing nodded. Don't look at the magic weapons anymore. Go and have a look at the secret skills. Jian Wushuang immediately cast his eye over the secret skills. The Firepoint Exchange Office owned quite a few secret skills that were of fairly high grades. Good Lord, although I don't value most of the secret skills here, I have to admit that there are more than 10 fabulous secret skills. Each one of them can tempt experts like Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master to fight for it, even if it were in the eternal chaotic world. Nevertheless, there are more than 10 such secret skills in the Green Fire world. Your world indeed abounds with gifts of nature. Gu Qing gasped in admiration. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He could tell that these secret skills were out of the ordinary. If someone put these secret skills in the Green Fire world, numerous experts would be crazy about it. However, they were only available to experts in the Green Fire Palace and could not be imparted to others without authorization. But it's a pity that although these secret skills are amazing, the threshold for cultivating them is too high. I guess few people in the Green Fire world are able to cultivate them. Even if they cultivate them forcibly, they will pay a great price. Gu Qing added, All right, let's drop the subject. Can you help me to see if there are any secret skills that are useful to me? Asked Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, I'm already doing that for you. Gu Qing had already glanced over these secret skills, and he gained a result in a short moment. The secret skills here are extraordinary, and you are in need of a lot of them. But there is only one secret skill that, named Golden Image, is very useful to you. You are able to cultivate it and afford it with your fire points. Golden Image secret skill? Jian Wushuang immediately searched for it and soon discovered the introduction to it. Protective secret skill? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. He had cultivated one protective secret skill from the Rock Demon Clan. It was the Immortality secret skill, created by God Hong. The Immortality secret skill had a good enough impact on him previously. Now, however, as his strength improved day by day, especially after he had the blood-killing plate armor to protect him, it had no effect on him anymore. Jian Wushuang, I've considered everything for you. Gu Qing stated, You are a 3-star imperial god and your physical body is very strong. Because of the blood-killing plate armor, you can even try to resist a blow from an elementary or medium celestial master. If an advanced celestial master attacks you, he is able to injure you severely. And if a celestial master at the exceptional realm strikes you, you definitely will die. As a result, you badly need a powerful protective secret skill to toughen your body currently. Although the Golden Image secret skill cannot be classified into the advanced secret skills in the eternal chaotic world, it's good enough for you. It has 3 stages in total. You are required to succeed in cultivating the first stage. At that time, only a few celestial masters are able to kill you if you coordinate it with the blood-killing plate armor. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He was well aware that of the many skills a man possessed, the most important of which was the skill to save his life. Only when that skill was powerful enough could he live longer. Therefore, the Golden Image secret skill was essential to him. 10,000 fire points. Jian Wushuang was speechless as he looked at the price for the Golden Image secret skill. A peak emperor weapon only cost 10 fire points, but the fire points the golden image secret skill cost could buy 1,000 such emperor weapons. I don't have any fire points right now and don't know how to acquire them. I'd better inquire Celestial Master Yuding about it later. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Jian Wushuang, look at the special treasures. Gu Qing's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang immediately cast his eye over them. There were all kinds of treasures of different shapes and functions in this type. They directly dazzled Jian Wushuang. Gu Qing exclaimed as he observed those treasures. Gu Qing, what's wrong? Jian Wushuang asked. Haha, nothing, I just saw a few nice gadgets. And as I expected, this is a lowest grade, priceless treasure vault that cannot estimate the real value and functions of these treasures. So, the prices for them are very low. Gu Qing laughed. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Just at this point. What? Gu Qing suddenly cried out in surprise. What happened? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. Jian Wushuang, I discovered a nice thing. Gu Qing said smilingly. Chapter 1090, Soul Leading Incense. Chapter 1090, Soul Leading Incense. A good staff. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The killing bead. Gu Qing replied. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the killing bead. The killing bead is worth 100 fire points. Jian Wushuang was shocked. There were abundant treasures in the fire point exchange office. Most of them were priceless, so they were worth a lot fire points. The treasure worth only 100 fire points was at the bottom of the list. The killing bead is a treasure? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course it's a treasure. It's just so cheap that the treasure vault has misjudged its value. Besides, the killing bead will be of great use to you, Gu Qing said. It will be useful. Jian Wushuang was delighted. Exchange it for me right now. Take it easy. The killing bead is peculiar and nobody in the green fire world knows how to use it. Otherwise, a treasure like this would have already been sold out. Ask people outside how to get fire points first, and then come alone to exchange it after some time, Gu Qing said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and then wasted no more time lingering at that place. After he got out of the fire point exchange office, the Celestial Master Yuding caught up with him. Jian Wushuang, how's it going? Have you found any desirable treasure? Celestial Master Yuding smiled. I did find a desirable treasure, but I don't have any fire points. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, and then he asked Celestial Master Yuding, do you know how to get fire points? Fire points come from bartering. Celestial Master Yuding explained. You can take your treasure to the Fire Point Exchange office for appraisal by the spirit, and he will tell you the value of the treasure. You can exchange it for 70% of its value. For instance, if a treasure is worth 1,000 fire points, you can only get 700 fire points if you sell it to the Fire Point Exchange office. This is the only way to get fire points. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. He thought to himself, when I killed Dao Yuanzi, all of his treasures became mine. Most of them are of great value, and I don't need them all. If I barter those treasures for fire points, how many can I get? Jian Wushuang, shall we depart? Let me take you to the place of opportunity, Celestial Master Yuding said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The battlefield where Green Fire World was located was full of opportunities. Jian Wushuang did not expect much from the 3 secret lands. However, there was an opportunity that every expert of the Green Fire Palace could get. Following Celestial Master Yuding, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of a wormhole. Wormhole. Jian Wushuang had a weird expression. The opportunity is in the battlefield, which is far from Green Fire Palace. If traveling by foot, it would take more than a decade to get there. It would save much time to use the wormhole. Celestial Master Yuding smiled. Jian Wushuang followed Celestial Master Yuding and entered the wormhole without hesitation. As a light flashed, Jian Wushuang reappeared. He was now in a lofty palace. The palace was resplendent and magnificent. Jian Wushuang was in a corridor of the palace. "Where is this?" Jian Wushuang frowned at the surroundings. "It is Tai Ching Palace, and the opportunity is right here. Just follow me." Celestial Master Yuding led the way with a smile on his face. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the center of the palace. There was a vast hall. There were 4 tall figures in the center of the hall and a huge censer. "Are they puppet fighters?" Jian Wushuang looked at the 4 tall figures towering in the center of the hall. "Jian Wushuang, did you see the 4 sticks of incense around the censer?" Celestial Master Yuding pointed his finger at it. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He also noticed that there were 4 sticks of incense with different sizes on the table beside the censer. The 4 sticks of incense were laid side by side from the largest to the smallest. Jian Wushuang could also sense that the 4 sticks of incense were extraordinary. It should be the soul-leading incense. Gu King said in a shocked voice, "What is the soul-leading incense?" Jian Wushuang asked. "The soul-leading incense is a treasure that contributes greatly to cultivation. It could help people find inner peace and upgrade the speed of meditation." Gu King answered, "Although it's not complicated to refine the soul-leading incense, the materials required are rare and of great value. Few people could use the soul-leading incense all the time while cultivating, even if they are in the eternal chaotic world. It's too extravagant. Of course, the soul-leading incense will be of some use to you." "Really?" Jian Wushuang nodded to himself. "Jian Wushuang, there are 4 sticks of soul-leading incense on the table, and their sizes vary," Celestial Master Yuding said. "The smallest one could burn for 2 hours after being lit. The second smallest soul-leading incense could keep burning for a day. The third one could burn for a whole month. As for the biggest soul-leading incense, it could burn for a year. Every expert of the Green Fire Palace is eligible to get 1 soul-leading incense. However, it is up to your ability which one you get. Do you see the 4 puppet fighters in front of you? It is they who will decide which soul-leading incense you get. There will be a battle between you and them. The longer you hold on, the bigger the soul-leading incense you would get." Jian Wushuang understood after hearing what Celestial Master Yuding said. "Let's start," said Celestial Master Yuding as he retreated from the hall. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, proceeding slowly. As he arrived at the center of the hall, the 4 towering puppet fighters opened their eyes immediately and were ready to fight. Boom! 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 The 4 puppet fighters moved simultaneously and attacked Jian Wushuang from different directions. Jian Wushuang was being very cautious since he had no idea of their strength. He swept his hand that was holding the Blood Mountain sword. A drifting sword light came out. Clang! 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 The sword light struck the 4 puppet fighters, causing a crisp sound as if it had hit the metal. The 4 puppet fighters were sent flying out immediately. "That's all they've got." Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, the level of the 4 puppet fighters will depend on your own realm. Since you are only at the Eternal Realm, they treat you as someone at the Eternal Realm. However, their strength will increase gradually," Gu King said. "I see." Jian Wushuang grinned and then waved the Blood Mountain sword as he approached the 4 puppet fighters. Chapter 1091, Fast and Slow, Yin and Yang. Chapter 1091, Fast and Slow, Yin and Yang. Per Gu King's prediction, the 4 puppet fighters treated Jian Wushuang as an Eternal Realm expert in the beginning. However, as the battle progressed, their strength gradually enhanced until they reached the level of a Tao Master. They went from rank 1 to rank 3, and finally to peak of rank 3. Even so, it did not take Jian Wushuang much effort to deal with them. Then, the 4 puppet fighters rose to the battle strength of an elementary celestial master. It was only then that Jian Wushuang began to struggle. Celestial Master Yu Ding, who was watching the battle attentively outside the hall, shook his head. It's been an hour, and the 4 puppet fighters still couldn't defeat Jian Wushuang, despite gaining the strength of a medium-level celestial master. Looks like he'll be able to obtain the 3rd soul-luring incense, but it remains to be seen if he can obtain the 4th. He looked forward to seeing what would happen. The 3rd incense could burn for a month. The 4th was good enough to last an entire year. Though many celestial masters of Green Fire Palace had obtained the soul-luring incense, what most of them got was the 2nd incense, the kind that burned for only a day. Few obtained the 3rd. Boom! Inside the hall, a loud explosion reverberated as Jian Wushuang was thrown backward. He appeared to be in a very wretched state. Yu Ding immediately looked over at him. Did he lose? Jian Wushuang had indeed lost. With the 4 puppet fighters, whose strength had reached the level of a medium celestial master, working together, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang to soldier on for long. I've tried my best. I wonder what kind of soul-luring incense I got. The 4 puppet fighters stopped attacking after defeating Jian Wushuang. One of them went to the censer and inserted the largest incense into it. The incense was ignited immediately after being put into the censer. The 4th won. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. It's really the 4th one. Yu Ding could not help exclaiming when he saw what happened. Obtaining the 4th soul-luring incense meant that Jian Wushuang could devote himself to cultivation for a whole year under the incense's guidance. This was a great opportunity for him. Many celestial masters were able to make gains after cultivating for just 1 day under the incense's guidance. It would be even more effective if they spent 1 month cultivating, but Jian Wushuang now had a whole year to do so. What an enviable talent! Shaking his head, Yu Ding turned around and left. Just as he was turning around, the hall became completely closed off. The moment the incense was ignited, Jian Wushuang became the only person with the right to stay in the hall to meditate. Kid, this is your chance. Make full use of it, Gu King said. Not wanting to waste any precious time, Jian Wushuang immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Following the burning of the incense, a faint fragrance gradually permeated the hall until it reached his nose. He felt refreshed and relaxed all at the same time. Thus, he started to meditate. It went without saying that he meditated using the 3 sword principles that he created. Coalescence sword principle was the only one that reached the creation level. In order to upgrade it, he needed to integrate various sword principles to form an integral whole. Though his meditation went much faster than before thanks to the incense, he could not enhance the coalescence sword principle as he did not have other sword principle as a reference. Therefore, he chose to focus on his 2 other sword principles, Aurora sword principle and Scarlet Yang sword principle. Jian Wushuang began with Aurora sword principle. He could only meditate 1 at a time. It was a pity that the incense was only effective on 1 person. Even though he had 2 original bodies, the incense was ineffective on the other one, even if it had consciousness too. The speed of Aurora sword formation? He murmured. He had sunk into complete silence. In the blink of an eye, an entire month had passed. Jian Wushuang continued sitting cross-legged inside the hall, but a fresh idea was swimming in his consciousness. The idea came from one of his memories. It was his memory of the inauguration ceremony of the supervisor, where his father had killed Celestial Master Lei. The idea came from his father's sword then. His sword was painfully slow, yet this was nothing more than an illusion. It was actually unimaginably swift. Slow. Fast or slow. The idea in his mind became clearer and clearer as he continued to recall the scene where his father used his swordsmanship. That's it. I finally understand it. No wonder I can't advance my sword principle to the creation level no matter how hard I tried. It didn't work even after improved its speed to its peak. So it turns out that it's not only about being fast, but it's also about being slow. The speed includes being both fast and slow. The Aurora Sword principle I created can only go fast, so even if it has the highest speed, it's just part of the speed. Its power is still limited. This is like a warrior of the ancient world. No matter how strong he is, he's still in the ancient world and doesn't know the vastness of the world outside. Therefore, he can never reach his peak. That's the case for my Aurora Sword principle. No matter how fast my swordsmanship is, it's just one kind of the speed. The real philosophy of speed is that one should meditate both the way of fast and slow, and then combine them perfectly. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted with golden light. He had been unable to work past the bottleneck in cultivating the Aurora Sword principle. He now knew how to make a breakthrough. The Aurora Sword principle had reached the highest level, and all that was left to do was for him to create a slow sword principle. Once he combined both in a perfect way, he would be able to create the speed sword principle. It's not limited to just the Aurora Sword principle. Scarlet Yang's sword principle works the same way, he murmured. The Scarlet Yang sword principle was the toughest and most positive of all sword principles. It sought the extremities. The opposite of extreme positivity was extreme negativity. Only by creating the Scarlet Yin sword principle and combining it with the Scarlet Yang sword principle could one acquire the Yin-Yang sword principle of the creation level. Having figured out this point, Jian Wushuang now had a clear idea of the reasoning behind his two sword principles. He continued studying them under the guidance of the soul-luring incense. Chapter 1092, Sudden Changes. Chapter 1092, Sudden Changes. Time flew. Before he knew it, an entire year had passed. The soul-luring incense inside the hall, massive as it was beginning to reach its end. The moment the incense was extinguished, the special fragrance that filled the hall vanished in an instant. The door was once again unlocked. Jian Wushuang, who was seated cross-legged, opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He wore a smile on his face as he made a small wave with his hand. Out of the blue, a sword light appeared. The dazzling sword light flew forward, moving so miserably slow that it seemed any Dao master could easily dodge it by using a body technique. However, never mind a Dao master, even a celestial master would be forced to confront the light with all his might without being able to dodge it. That was how fast the sword light was. The real speed sword principle is the combination of both fast and slow motions. The swordsmanship that my father manifested when he killed Celestial Master Lei Yi with a single strike might share a similar Tao with my speed sword principle. He smiled even wider after watching his sword light disappear into the void. He had finally made a breakthrough in his sword principles after meditating for a year under the guidance of the soul-luring incense. Now he had a second sword principle of the creation level under his belt. It was based on the Aurora Sword principle and included two conceptions of fast and slow motions. It was called the Speed Sword principle. With the completion of the Speed Sword principle, Jian Wushuang now had two sword principles of the creation level. Naturally, his strength also skyrocketed. What a pity that the incense burns only for a year. If it lasts for another 2 or 3 months, I could finish the Yin-Yang sword principle. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. In the past year, he had perfected the Speed Sword principle, as well as created the Scarlet Yin sword principle, which now coexisted with the Scarlet Yang sword principle. Both were close to a perfect combination. Once that happened, he would be able to create the Yin-Yang sword principle of the creation level. Then he would have a total of 3 sword principles of the creation level. It's just a matter of time before that happens now that I've found a way. It doesn't matter even if I don't have the soul-luring incense anymore. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He had benefited a lot in the past year. Jian Wushuang. Celestial Master Yu Ding's gentle voice drifted in as he walked into the hall. He came up to Jian Wushuang and asked, "How are things?" "Not bad," Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. "I'm sure you've gained a lot after cultivating a year under the guidance of the soul-luring incense," Yu Ding said with a sigh. "Since the rules of Green Fire Palace stipulate that we're only eligible for a soul-leading incense each, there's no reason for you to stay in Taiching Palace anymore. Let's return to Green Fire Palace." "Sure." Jian Wushuang nodded. He was content with all that he had gained in the past year. He set off for the wormhole with Yu Ding at once and traveled using the same path as they had come in. Just as they walked out of the hall and were still in the corridor of the palace, boom! There was a loud explosion accompanied by a strong aura of spiritual power. Yu Ding's expression immediately changed. "What's going on?" Jian Wushuang frowned. Both of them sensed that the explosion and the aura of spiritual power originating from outside of the palace. It was not far from them. Is someone fighting outside? Jian Wushuang thought. Taiching Palace was located on the huge battlefield. Experts from both Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom could be found on the battlefield all year round, searching for opportunities. Considering their intense hatred for each other, it was normal for experts of both sides to fight when they met on the battlefield. "Come with me." With a serious expression, Yu Ding quickened his pace and brought Jian Wushuang to the gate of the palace right away. They hovered above the hall as they looked at the source of the explosion. Soon, several figures appeared in their vision. Hundreds, oft thousands of miles away, 3 golden-armored men besieged a silver-haired old lady equipped with a long stick. The old lady was bleeding all over, and her aura was weakened as well. She was obviously severely injured. The golden-armored men emanated strong auras. 2 of them were medium celestial masters, while the other was an advanced celestial master. The old lady was merely a medium celestial master. It would be strenuous for the injured old lady to cope with even one of them, but there was now 3 of them. "Oh no, it's Celestial Master Silver Moon." Yu Ding's expression darkened when he saw who it was. "Celestial Master Silver Moon? Is she one of us?" Jian Wushuang looked serious. "Yes." Yu Ding nodded solemnly. "She has been adventuring on the battlefield. She's quite good at fending for herself and hasn't encountered major troubles for millions of years. But she's now facing grave danger. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and help her." Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. His Blood Mountain sword was already in hand as he was about to rush out. However, just as he moved, a transparent layer of restriction appeared in front of him. "What?" His expression changed. "It's useless. Taiching Palace is quite unique. Though Temple Master Void has already tamed it, he can't take it away, so it has been left here on the battlefield. He keeps the restriction of Taiching Palace activated to prevent Jin Kingdom experts from breaking in. But that also means we can't get out of it," Yu Ding muttered. "There's no way out." Jian Wushuang looked displeased. "So are we just going to sit here and watch? I've reported this to Temple Master Void. He'll turn off the restriction as soon as he hears of it, and we can rescue her then." "But it'll take 2 breaths," Yu Ding said in a cold voice, with a tint of killing intent on his face. 2 breaths were merely the span of several seconds. This process was already very efficient. However, the passing of 2 breaths was more than enough time for Celestial Masters to launch a series of attacks. Could Celestial Master Silver Moon hold on during this time? Chapter 1093 Dead. Chapter 1093 Dead. "Quick, Silver Moon, run over to us. Just hold on for 2 more breaths. Just 2 more breaths, and Void Temple Master will." Celestial Master Yu Ding spoke in a loud voice in hopes that it would reach Celestial Master Silver Moon's ears. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a soft groan and later saw Silver Moon falling feebly to the ground. The scene was devastating for both Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding. Yu Ding, I'll turn off the restriction on Taiqing Palace now so that you and Jian Wushuang can rescue her. Remember to be careful. Void Temple Master's reply came as soon as he received their message. Yu Ding sighed. Don't bother, Void Temple Master. Void Temple Master fell silent. He realized that there could only be one implication of Yu Ding's words. Silver Moon had passed away. Alas! Void Temple Master suspended their communication after heaving a sigh. There were 139 Celestial Masters in Green Fire Palace. Now they've lost another. Yu Ding shook his head. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands with a grim expression. Though he had never spoken to Silver Moon, both of them were members of Green Fire Palace and comrades who had fought for the Green Fire world at the risk of their lives. It was a terrible thing to watch a comrade fall before his eyes without being able to do anything about it. Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding looked up at the same time. They saw 3 Jin Kingdom experts carry Silver Moon's body to the front of Taiqing Palace after killing her. The experts stared at Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding through the transparent restriction. Then, the one carrying Silver Moon's body flung her at them. Silver Moon's body traveled like a flowing light before hitting the restriction around the palace. Bang! The Jin Kingdom expert exerted such enormous strength that Silver Moon's body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding's teeth chattered when they witnessed this. Bastard! Yu Ding cursed loudly. Jian Wushuang's killing intense sword. Are you the coward of Green Fire Palace? The leader of the 3 Jin Kingdom experts, an advanced Celestial Master, sneered. Our monarch has ordered us not to trouble you as long as you stay inside Green Fire Palace. However, we're free to kill if any of you step onto the battlefield. Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding were livid. Pissed off, aren't you? If you've got guts, why don't you turn off the restriction, come out, and fight us 3? The advanced Celestial Master taunted. Suddenly, clang! A dazzling light burst out of the wormhole in Taiqing Palace. 10 people rushed out of the wormhole amidst the flickering light. Simultaneously, the restriction around Taiqing Palace was turned off. Shit! Let's run! Hurry and run! The 3 Jin Kingdom experts immediately ran when they saw the flaring light, completely forgetting how they had just taunted Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding. Since they were genuine Celestial Masters with decent speed, they managed to flee quite the distance and outran the experts coming out of the wormhole. Bastards of the Jin Kingdom! They're lucky that they fled quickly. Otherwise, how I wish to kill the 3 bastards! Voices filled with rage sounded one after another. 10 people of both genders and varying ages towered over Taiqing Palace, each of them emanating a great aura. They were evidently the Celestial Masters of Green Fire Palace. They had learned of Silver Moon's predicament through the communication between Yu Ding and Void Temple Master. Those close to her rushed over through the wormhole. However, they were too late. When they stared at the bloody mist that Silver Moon's body had disintegrated into, they could still see a little of her bones, blood, and flesh. Their expressions were ghastly. They all lived such long lives that they had lost all of their families. Nothing in the Green Fire world were of concern to them, except for their Green Fire Palace comrades who had risked their lives in the fight against the Jin Kingdom. Silver Moon was one of their comrades. Naturally, her death pained them. Yu Ding, you were here when Silver Moon was killed. Why didn't you save her? A bald elder asked, nearly snarling. I wanted to, but the restriction was still there. I've immediately requested Void Temple Master to turn it off, but just as he replied, Silver Moon died. What else could I do? Yu Ding replied in a low voice. Though the bald elder was still angry, he did not vent it on Yu Ding any longer after hearing the latter's story. According to Yu Ding, the Jin Kingdom experts probably ambushed Silver Moon. They injured and killed her before she could get help. If she sensed danger and got Void Temple Master to turn off the restriction earlier, she wouldn't have died, a petite and short young man said with a sigh. Though he looked young, his head was a shock of silver-white hair. He was the only one in the exceptional realm among the dozen celestial masters present, as well as the most senior one. His name was Qin. Following the short period of grief, the rest finally calmed down. Qin suddenly turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Yu Ding, will you introduce your friend? The rest also looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. They could see that Jian Wushuang was a mere Eternal Realm expert. This is Jian Wushuang, also a member of Green Fire Palace. Though he's still in the Eternal Realm, he has reached the top of the 3-star Imperial Kinsman Ancient God. He also possesses a number of trump cards and great battle strength. Hence, he can rival ordinary medium-level celestial masters, Yu Ding replied. I've come here to take him to Tai Ching Palace. Oh! Qin and the others were surprised. Jian Wushuang saluted them and said humbly, Nice to meet you, celestial masters. Naturally, he had to be a little more humble when meeting these celestial masters who were like old monsters who had lived countless years. Chapter 1094. I'll take full responsibility. Chapter 1094. I'll take full responsibility. Jian Wushuang? I've heard of the name somewhere. Oh, are you Nan's son? Celestial Master Qin asked solemnly. Nan's son? The Celestial Masters began to look at Jian Wushuang differently. They lived in the Green Fire Palace all year round. They rarely visited the Green Fire World, and thus, most of them did not know Jian Wushuang despite his fame. However, they knew him as Nan's son. Are you Nan's son? Nan? That bastard. It said that he took Ji Wuming away from the ancient monster clan. That bastard. They began cursing up a storm. Jian Wushuang frowned and clenched his hands but restrained his rage. He could understand why they would have such an attitude and why they would curse his father like this. Kid, I heard you and your father were the ones who attacked the ancient monster clan and went up the heaven-ceasing peak to take Ji Wuming away. Qin glared at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly before adding in a low voice. Ji Wuming is my mother. Yes, she's your mother, but she's also the glimmer of hope in which Green Fire Palace earned after sparing no effort. She's supposed to shoulder the responsibility of the entire Green Fire Palace and Green Fire World. Now that your father has taken her away, that means all the efforts of Green Fire Palace are in vain. One of my sworn brothers, Celestial Master Peng, died because of your mother. If your mother could fulfill her duties, it would have made all our efforts and my sworn brother's death worthwhile. But now, he won't be able to rest in peace. Qin snarled when he said the last sentence. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands even tighter, so much so that he was stabbing his flesh with his nails. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, I'll complete the tasks that my mother didn't fulfill. I'll take over the duties that she shouldered all by myself. You? Are you capable of that? Qin scolded. That's enough, Celestial Master Yu Ding said with a frown, finally intercepting their conversation. Celestial Master Qin, all of you, I understand your frustrations, but the 5 palace masters have made their decision on this matter. If you're unhappy with the decision, you can take it up with them. Besides, Ji Wuming is Jian Wushuang's mother and Celestial Master Nan's wife. Humans are selfish. If you stand in their shoes, you'll find that they haven't done anything wrong. Chen's expression changed. He stared at Jian Wushuang for a long time before finally flicking his sleeve. Since the 5 palace masters have made their decision, what else can I say? I hope the kid will be able to do something for Green Fire Palace. I don't expect him to be as competent as his mother. It'd be good enough if he even fulfills half of his mother's duties." He then turned around and left. Other celestial masters looked at Jian Wushuang with complex expressions, but nevertheless also took their leave. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Yu Ding were left alone in Taiqing Palace. Jian Wushuang was still clenching his hands. There was a tint of fortitude in his eyes that had never appeared before. "Jian Wushuang," Yu Ding looked at him. "Their attitude is extreme, but they have their reasons. Please understand them." "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded. He did not actually blame Celestial Master Qin and the others. "Mother." Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. He had learned about her mother from Jian Nantian. The day Yu Ding brought him to Green Fire Palace, he also questioned him and was told the truth. Since then, he could understand why Celestial Master Qin and the others were so furious, as well as why they blamed and cursed him and his father. The Celestial Masters had paid too great a price for this. His mother was a member of the ancient monster clan who carried a pure ancient monster bloodline. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Green Fire Palace experts found the complete corpse of a heavenly monster with a pure bloodline on the battlefield. There was an intact heavenly monster's inheritance in the body, which presented them with a golden opportunity. The inheritance, containing a superb secret skill, was very powerful. The Green Fire Palace experts then requested the ancient monster clan to send 10 of their clansmen with the purest bloodline to inherit the skill. There were tests for those who wished to get the inheritance, of which 1 out of the 10 clansmen passed. That was his mother, Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming was instilled with enormous potential after gaining the heavenly monster's inheritance and secret skill. The palace masters who researched the secret skill bluntly said that she would be able to become the leader of Green Fire Palace if she makes great strides in cultivating the secret skill. The leader. She could become the leader. The 5 palace masters who took charge of Green Fire Palace all had enormous authority, but at the end of the day, they were still not the leader. The so-called leader was the supreme existence that would lead Green Fire Palace to destroy the Jin Kingdom. Such a leader was supposed to be powerful enough to earn the respect of all Green Fire Palace experts. His mother possessed such potential. However, the secret skill was so unique that she had to pay a high price to achieve it. One of the principles was to be heartless. That meant she would have to abandon all emotions, including love, kinship, and relationship. The only emotion that she could keep was nostalgia for her hometown. In order to make her abandon all her emotions, Green Fire Palace made great efforts to make her experience 9 rounds of samsara, to experience 9 births and deaths under the guidance of the secret skill. The Jin Kingdom somehow caught wind of this and dispatched a great number of experts to kill her. The Green Fire Palace experts had risked their lives to protect her. It was a ferocious battle, second only to the war 5 million years ago. Green Fire Palace had suffered great losses in the battle. Over 20 celestial masters were killed. They had sacrificed so much all so that Ji Wuming could learn the secret skill as soon as possible and then lead the entire Green Fire Palace. After she entered the samsara, she practiced through her 9 reincarnations under the palace's surveillance. The first 8 reincarnations went smoothly for Ji Wuming, had successfully eliminated her emotions during this time. However, unexpected events occurred during her 9th reincarnation in the Nanyang continent of the ancient world. Chapter 1095, Golden Image. Chapter 1095, Golden Image. Ji Wuming encountered Jian Nantian in her last reincarnation and showed that she was ultimately unable to discard her emotions. Moreover, she even gave birth to Jian Wushuang. Therefore, the efforts made over her last 8 reincarnations were completely ruined. Green Fire Palace was furious when they heard of it. They immediately brought Ji Wuming back and imprisoned her on the heaven-ceasing peak so that she could forget about Jian Nantian and her son. They sought to send her back to samsara and start all over again. Now, Jin Nantian had rescued Ji Wuming, once again foiling their plans. Their efforts, and the sacrifices of over 20 celestial masters, were all vain. Naturally, the Green Fire Palace experts despised Jian Nantian and Jian Wushuang. Understanding this, Jian Wushuang tolerated the reproaches of Celestial Master Qin and the rest. He would be the one to complete the tasks that his mother had not fulfilled. Don't overthink it. Let's head to Green Fire Palace, Celestial Master Yuding said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded and returned to the palace with Yu Ding through the wormhole. I've told you about Green Fire Palace and taken you to where you should have been. If there isn't anything else I can do for you, I'll be taking my leave, Yu Ding said, bidding Jian Wushuang farewell. Thank you for your help, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. One more thing, Yu Ding said. If you wish to adventure on this battlefield one day, inform one of the palace masters first. He'll give you some necessary objects. Everyone is eligible to receive some objects from the palace master before setting off. Necessary objects. Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Tang Emperor used to be one of the palace masters. I heard that you're close to him. Maybe you'll receive his message token. You just need to give it to him then. Yu Ding smiled and then left. Jian Wushuang's face twitched. He was very interested in the objects. There were numerous opportunities and secrets hiding in the huge battlefield around the Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang wished to have an adventure there, but now was not the right time. He was still not strong enough. Strength. With his eyes glinting, he clenched his fists tightly. Soon, he arrived at the Fire Points exchange office. He hadn't exchanged for the 2 treasures that might be of use for him. Jian Wushuang, I've put aside the treasures Dao Yuanzi left behind that could be useful to you. Exchange the rest for Fire Points and see how much you can get, Gu King said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded and handed his interspatial ring to the spirit to appreciate its value. He got the result in just seconds. 13,800 Fire Points. Jian Wushuang frowned. Dao Yuanzi was an expert from the blood-killing sect of the eternal chaotic world. How could all of his treasures be worth only 13,800 Fire Points? The sum was smaller than he expected. Gu King tittered. You think too highly of Dao Yuanzi. Sure, he came from the eternal chaotic world, but he was just an ordinary expert. He possessed some good treasures because he belonged to the blood-killing sect. The ones with great value, blood-killing plate armor, chaos gold bead, and spaceship, are all things you might need in the future. The other treasures aren't that valuable. We're already in luck to exchange them for that many Fire Points. Jian Wushuang agreed. 13,800 Fire Points was a small sum, but he was satisfied that they were enough to exchange for 2 treasures that he wanted. Jian Wushuang paid 10,100 Fire Points for the Golden Image secret skill and killing bead and then left. Green Fire Palace, along with its many palaces and mansions, was located on a huge floating land. Many of its buildings were empty. Jian Wushuang entered one of the unoccupied mansions, set a restriction around it, and began cultivating without the interruption of the outside world. He started with the Golden Image secret skill. The skill was divided into 3 steps, with the last step being the strongest. It was purely defensive secret skill. Usually, only those of or above the Celestial Master level were eligible to cultivate the first step of the secret skill, let alone the 2 other steps. He was eligible to cultivate it because of his exceptional physical strength as a 3-star Imperial Kinsman Ancient God. The cultivation of the skill was a complicated process. It took him a year and great efforts to complete the first step of the skill. He immediately noticed changes in his body after completing the first step of the secret skill. His skin would emit a faint golden light whenever he used his spiritual power. He looked extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang being a 3-star Imperial Kinsman Ancient God. You're stronger than ordinary Celestial Masters. Now that you've learned the Golden Image secret skill, your defense capability should exceed that of all Celestial Masters. More importantly, you still have the Blood-Killing Plate armor. The armor could cut down 90 or even 99% of the force of the attacks targeting you. The remaining force could hardly hurt you. Few Celestial Masters are now stronger than you in terms of defense. Of course, when you become a Tao Master or a Celestial Master combined with a Dharma body, your defense will be even more exceptional, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and felt delighted from the bottom of his heart. He was aware of how strong his defense had become. It might not be enough for him to ignore the attacks of Celestial Masters, but coupled that with Gu King's healing ability, it was good enough for him to last a long time in a battle against a Celestial Master of the Exceptional Realm. Next, he began studying the killing bead. Gu King, you said that this bead is useful to me. What's its purpose? I don't even know how I should begin to refine it. Jian Wushuang frowned. He had tried refining the bead after obtaining it, but failed each time. What was the use of having a treasure that could not be tamed and recognize its master? Who said it's necessary for the bead to recognize its master? Gu King asked with a mysterious smile. Chapter 1096, Confident Enough. Chapter 1096, Confident Enough. Warriors of Green Fire World like you are so short-sighted that you don't know their usage, even if you obtain good treasures. Gu King tittered. Listen, the killing bead can neither recognize the master nor has a need to. Nevertheless, you can still use it perfectly. Did you sense the killing intent in the bead? He asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had checked the bead when he first received it and discovered that the reason behind its name. The bead contained an incredibly potent killing intent. The killing intent inside the bead was stronger than anything Jian Wushuang had imagined. No one in Green Fire Palace would be able to deflect such terrific killing intent. The essential part of the bead is its killing intent. That's what you need to refine, not the bead itself, Gu King said. Refine the killing intent. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. How? He had never heard of directly refining the killing intent inside an object. That's why I said you warriors of the Green Fire World are ignorant. Of course, you can refine killing intent. You just need a refinement technique. Gu King grinned. Refinement technique? Jian Wushuang was startled. You can only find the technique in the eternal chaotic world. When I was there with King Luo Zhen, I happened to learn a technique that could be used to refine killing intent. I can teach you that, Gu King said. I see. Jian Wushuang was delighted. Hurry and teach me the technique. Gu King imparted the technique to Jian Wushuang without hesitation. Jian Wushuang spent 3 days in meditation after learning the technique and finally mastered it. Use the technique and refine the killing intent. Be careful, the killing intent inside is strong. It'd be disastrous if you can't control it after refining too much of it. So take it slow, Gu King said. I understand. With a nod, Jian Wushuang began using the technique to refine the killing intent inside the killing bead. He was careful to only refine a tinge of killing intent. It works. Overjoyed as he was, he did not slow down. Half a day passed by in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang, seated in a lotus position, finally stopped what he was doing. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. That's enough. It'd be strenuous to control the killing intent if I continue refining it, he murmured. Half a day had gone, and the killing intent that he had refined was far less than 10% of the total contained in the bead. Jian Wushuang had done his utmost. Now that you've refined some of the killing intent, do you know how to apply it without my instruction? Gu King asked. Sure. Jian Wushuang grinned. He knew very well how to use the killing intent. Killing intent had an enormous impact on one's consciousness. If he combined the killing intent with his consciousness attack, one of his best tricks, it would greatly enhance his attacks. I've just created the swordplay of speed. I should make some amendments to the Heaven's Bane, which is based on the swordplay of speed, so that it contains two conceptions of fast and slow. The Heaven's Bane contains consciousness attack, so all I need to do is try my best to modify it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. Heaven's Bane was extremely weird. It was one of his killing moves. After making a breakthrough in the sword principle and refining part of killing intent in the killing bead, there was still great potential for the killing move. Jian Wushuang immediately began researching. With the end of spring came summer, which was soon replaced by autumn. Time had really flown by. It was still rather calm in Green Fire Palace. The experts there boasted of extremely long lifespans. For them, 10,000 or even 100,000 years passed as quickly as the blink of an eye. However, time was precious to Jian Wushuang, a newcomer to the palace. This was the 8th year since he first arrived in Green Fire Palace. He stood alone in the courtyard of the mansion that he lived in. He held the Blood Mountain sword in hand, and his eyes were partially open. The peach tree in front of him blossomed every season of the year. This was, of course, due to the unique landform where Green Fire Palace was located. With the passing of a breeze, a peach blossom fell gently from the branch. Before the peach blossom could reach the ground, Jian Wushuang moved. He drew out his sword and brandished it. A splendid and mighty sword light flared. The sword light was dazzling and fascinating. However, the sword light moved extremely slowly. However, it was the same sword light that cut the peach blossom, which almost reached the ground in half. It only landed on the ground when the sword light vanished. Jian Wushuang withdrew his sword and opened his eyes. He smiled when he saw the two halves of the peach blossom. I've finally perfected Heaven's Bane after several years of research. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had completed the creation of 3 sword principles and equipped each with a suitable swordsmanship. The coalescent sword principle was equipped with bladed surge. Speed sword principle was equipped with death shadow. Scarlet Yang sword principle was equipped with Heaven's Bane. And now the strongest and the most terrific one in his 3 sword movements was undoubtedly the Heaven's Bane. The movement was also his strongest killing move. When I created the speed sword principle, the power of Tao increased significantly. Then I cultivated the golden image secret skill and improved my defense capability. Now I've enhanced the Heaven's Bane until it's at its prime. It's now perfectly combined with the speed sword principle and the killing intent of the killing bead. I'm now much stronger than when I was in the ancient monster clan. Now that my strength has reached this level, I won't be able to make much progress in a short time if I continue my cultivation here. It's time for an adventure on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. The huge battlefield was a land of opportunities, as well as the place where Green Fire Palace and Jean Gold Kingdom experts met and kill one another. Jian Wushuang held much anticipation and eagerness for the battlefield. Before this, he was not entirely confident, as he was not very strong. But now he was confident enough. Chapter 1097, Ancient God Power. Chapter 1097, Ancient God Power. Celestial Master Yuding told me to visit Tang Emperor before going on an adventure on the battlefield, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. He took out a token and said, "Grand Teacher." "Kid, has everything been all right since coming to Green Fire Palace?" Tang Emperor's response was swift. "Not bad." Jian Wushuang smiled. He got straight to the point, saying, "Grand Teacher, I'm planning to adventure on the battlefield." "The battlefield? So soon?" Tang Emperor was a little surprised, but nevertheless said, "Come to my palace." "All right." Jian Wushuang nodded. Green Fire Palace was located on a huge floating land with many lofty mountains, each of which had a magnificent palace towering on the top. Tang Emperor, as one of the palace masters of Green Fire Palace, lived in one of those palaces. Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the palace and met Tang Emperor in the hall. "Kid, I know you possess the battle strength of medium-level Celestial Master before coming to Green Fire Palace. You've improved so much since then. Nevertheless, you shouldn't underestimate the battlefield. Not only are there many Jin Kingdom experts lying in the wait, but there are also many dangerous places there. It could turn fatal even for me. You're still too young and have enormous potential. Why not postpone your adventure until you become a Dao Master?" Tang Emperor asked, trying to persuade him. "Grand Teacher, I've naturally taken those elements into consideration before daring to go on the adventure." Jian Wushuang smiled. "I see. I won't force you to change your mind then. I've found out some information for you. One of our Celestial Masters, Ghost Shadow, will be going to the battlefield soon. He's currently cultivating a secret skill and won't leave until 50 years later. You can wait for him to go with you. He also has the battle strength of medium-level Celestial Master. You can look after each other during your journey," Tang Emperor said. "Thank you, but I intend to go alone." Jian Wushuang turned down the suggestion. "Alone?" Tang Emperor frowned. In his opinion, it would be risky even if Jian Wushuang went with Celestial Master Ghost Shadow. Yet, Jian Wushuang wanted to adventure alone. "Are you sure?" Tang Emperor could not stop himself from asking. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. He was quite aware of the dangers and would not have minded if Ghost Shadow could set off right now. However, he would have to wait for 50 years since Ghost Shadow was still in cultivation. Other Celestial Masters might not mind, but that was quite a long time for him. Besides, he was accustomed to adventuring by himself. The risks, on the other hand, the deceased Celestial Master Silver Moon, who also had the battle strength of a medium-level Celestial Master and strong only in terms of defense, dared to venture on the battlefield for 100 million years. Jian Wushuang was confident that he was much stronger than Silver Moon and had greater defensive power. If even Silver Moon dared to venture alone, of course he would not lose to her. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. There are 3 objects that I give every expert who is going on an adventure on the battlefield. Look at them carefully." With a wave of his hand, Tang Emperor summoned 3 flowing lights that flew toward Jian Wushuang. The flowing lights floated in front of Jian Wushuang, and he looked at them one by one. The first was a map made of an exotic beast's fur. This map was drawn based on the experience of the experts who had been exploring the battlefield for tens of millions of years, Tang Emperor said. Even though so much effort had been put into making this map, it nevertheless includes only a small part of the battlefield. Most of the battlefield is still uncharted territory. Now that you're going there, perhaps it'll be of use to you. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. He saw that many places, such as the 3 secret lands under the control of Green Fire Palace and Taiqing Palace, were marked in the map. Many naturally dangerous places in the exploring areas were also marked out. The parts of the map unmarked were obviously uncharted areas. After all, the battlefield was too vast and unpredictable. The area that Green Fire Palace had explored for tens of thousands of years was just a small part of the entire battlefield. Jian Wushuang turned to look at the second object. It was a token. The token is used to seek assistance from people nearby in times of crisis, Tang Emperor said. Assistance? People nearby? Jian Wushuang was confused. Kid, you're quite clear about the vastness of the battlefield. When our Celestial Masters are in trouble, such as being chased by Jin Kingdom experts, we wouldn't able to send experts to rescue them in time. The token would make all the difference in such a scenario. The token is used to seek help from nearby allies. Once the message is sent out, Green Fire Palace experts nearby would sense the message and your position through their jade stones. Then they'll immediately come to your rescue. However, it won't work if there aren't any of our people nearby, Tang Emperor added. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood the usage of the token. Finally, he looked at the third object. It was a golden water bead. Jian Wushuang could sense the enormous power contained in it by merely looking at it, and that power felt rather familiar. It's the ancient god power. Gu King, who was in his body, pinpointed the origin of the bead before Tang Emperor could open his mouth. Ancient god power? What's that? Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. It's a power refined from the ancient god power. It's the purest form of power and has multiple uses. Even among ancient gods, it takes one of a certain level to gather this power, Gu King said in a solemn voice. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Tang Emperor explained, the third object is the ancient god power, which contains the purest form of power. If you absorb it, you'll experience a drastic improvement in your strength for a short period of time. For example, our celestial masters can double their strength after absorbing a drop of this power for a short time. Chapter 1098, Hit the Road. Chapter 1098, Hit the Road. Double the strength? Jian Wushuang was surprised. An increase of only 10 to 20% was huge enough once one became a celestial master. When he waysat the ancient monster clan, Celestial Master Heartwithered only improved his strength by 30% through the large and exquisite spirit gathering spell formation. Yet a drop of the ancient god power could double a Celestial Master's strength. This alone was a testament to how miraculous the ancient god power was. That's for ordinary warriors. It's a different story for you, Gu King suddenly said. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang was curious. The ancient god power is the outcome of the ancient god clan. Therefore, only real ancient gods can use the full extent of the power. Since Celestial Master Soft Green Fire Palace don't possess any ancient god bloodline, it can only double their strength. But you're the real imperial kinsman ancient god. You can improve your strength trifold or even fourfold. Unless it really that impressive? Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with joy. Of course, the ancient god power is extremely popular in the eternal chaotic world. Though it's not as effective for ordinary experts, it can be enormously helpful for experts such as Tang Emperor and Void Temple Master, Gu King said solemnly. In addition, the ancient god power can't be stored by ordinary ancient gods. Normally, only those who are stronger than 6-star gold-armored ancient gods can gather the power. Therefore, it's rare even in the eternal chaotic world. I've seen ancient god power in the Fire Points Exchange office before, but I didn't bring it up because it's worth too many points. I never thought that Green Fire Palace would be so extravagant and present a drop of the power to every expert setting off for the battlefield. Extravagant? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. It was indeed extravagant if only those stronger than 6-star gold-armored ancient god could gather the ancient god power. If Green Fire Palace can give away the ancient god power so easily, I'm guessing they have plenty of it. Ask him how they collected so much ancient god power, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang nodded and inquired about this, as suggested. Tang Emperor did not conceal the truth. There's probably plenty of the power on the huge battlefield. The Green Fire Palace experts could sometimes find some while venturing outside. How much they get depends on their luck. It varies from several drops to over 100 drops. Tang Emperor smiled. We obtained much of it in the past, but we've also spent a lot of it. Hence, we try to be conservative and only present a drop to those who are leaving for the battlefield. If you want to acquire more of this power, you may exchange for it in the Fire Points Exchange office. It's 5,000 fire points for each drop. I see. Jian Wushuang appeared to have deepened his understanding while Gu King was shocked. There are that many pockets of ancient god power in the battlefield? Could there be top experts of the ancient god clan among those who fought on the battlefield? Gu King murmured, "Now that I've given you all the objects, you can decide when to depart. The battlefield is unusually dangerous. Be careful and come back alive," Tang Emperor said, leaving him a warning. "Thank you, Grand Teacher." Jian Wushuang left after expressing his gratitude. He headed straight for the battlefield after bidding Tang Emperor farewell. However, before doing so, he discharged his original body. "Though I'm confident about my strength and defensive power, I won't be in danger of losing my life if I keep my original body here." He also left behind some precious treasures, such as the mountain river map and the spaceship. The mountain river map was a chaos divine treasure. Mighty as it was, he could not effectively exert its power. The same could be said for his 9-province seal. He dared not to use the spaceship as danger loomed in every corner of the battlefield. He left them all behind as he saw no use for them there. He took only the blood-killing plate armor, blood mountain sword, and killing bead with his world body and headed for the road. With the green fire world being the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang reached the battlefield as soon as he stepped out of Green Fire Palace. In the vast expanse of the ruins were large amounts of building debris, left untouched by the wind even after hundreds of millions of years. The Green Fire Palace experts have searched the battlefield nearby numerous times, so there's no need to linger here. Others would have found most of the opportunities available, and the rest would be concealed in hard-to-find places. Holding the map made of animal fur, Jian Wushuang pondered for a short moment before an idea struck him. "I'm going to explore the uncharted territories." The places that experts from the palace had explored were only a small part of the vast battlefield, as were the treasures and opportunities found. Most of them were still left untouched and undiscovered in the uncharted territories. Since he was here for the treasures and opportunities, he ought to explore places that no one had ever been to. Thyseria is still far from the closest uncharted territory. It will take me over a decade to get there, even if I rush over. I need to hurry up. He then began running at full speed. Since he was now at the explored area, there was no need for him to worry about natural dangers, as those were clearly marked on the map. Thus he ran unbridled. He did not come across even a single person in the decade he spent rushing over to the closest uncharted territory. Neither Gene Kingdom nor Green Fire Palace experts appeared on his way there. Chapter 1099 Golden Armored Man Underneath the Stone Pillar. Chapter 1099 Golden Armored Man Underneath the Stone Pillar. A scarlet-robed figure, holding a long sword, flitted across the air above the battlefield. Jian Wushuang held a wine pot in hand, drinking from it as he flew. "It has been over a decade and I haven't seen a single person. How boring." He shook his head. Though there were a number of experts adventuring on this huge battlefield, the chances of meeting them were very low. He had not met even a single person in the past dozen of years. It was natural for him to feel a little upset as he had not cultivated for long and had never been through these many dull days like this. "Jian Wushuang, you will soon enter uncharted territories. Be careful," Gu King warned. "Got it." Jian Wushuang nodded and put aside the wine pot. With a shake of his body, the smell of wine completely dissipated. Half a day later, he reached the uncharted territories. He slowed down and became even more cautious than before. There, all he saw was still endless battlefield ruins. "Didn't you use to cultivate the Scarlet Eye secret skill of the ancient god clan? You can put it to use now," Gu King said. "Scarlet Eye secret skill?" Jian Wushuang was doubtful. That skill could be used to see through all illusions. It would have been useful if the battlefield was shrouded in mist that limited his vision. However, he could see clearly without any obstacle whatsoever here. It's not just for looking through nihility and illusion skills, but also for seeing things more clearly. Gu King continued, You're on a battlefield that houses many treasures. Look at the ruins. They may seem ordinary, but they might turn out to be treasures. You can't see the treasures with the naked eye, but the Scarlet Eye secret skill can increase your chances of finding them. I see. Jian Wushuang agreed. He immediately used the Scarlet Eye secret skill. He began to gain a broader view as well as a clearer and more accurate vision. Jian Wushuang continued to venture in the uncharted territories at a leisurely pace. Just like that, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang, who had been moving ahead, halted abruptly. What's wrong? Gu King asked. Instead of replying, Jian Wushuang pinpointed a direction and rushed toward it. After a moment, he arrived in the space above a desolate ground. He overlooked the ground while beaming joyously. He had a clear view of the ground while suspended midair. There were long spears scattered all over the ground, all of which were covered in a layer of dust. Their power was also constrained, making them seem ordinary. If someone passed by without looking carefully, he might not be able to detect these long spears. Since Jian Wushuang was using the Scarlet Eye secret skill, he immediately recognized them. These long spears were magic weapons, or more precisely, emperor weapons of peak level. There were even so many of them here to boot. Jian Wushuang waved his hand at the ground, summoning a wind that blew through and cleared the dust on the long spears. The long spears were restored to their original appearance. The black long spears were made of a material that Jian Wushuang had never seen before. Since they were identical in shape and size, he assumed that they were systematically made magic weapons. There were over 120 of them. Top-grade Emperor weapons are worth 10 fire points in the Fire Point Exchange Office. That means there are about 1,000 points here. 1,000 fire points were equivalent to 1/5 of the ancient god power. Considering the minimal effort he had put in to obtain these long spears, of course he would be delighted. He then collected all the long spears with a wave of his hand and continued on his way. An ancient bronze stone pillar towered over the fringe of ruins left in between two bare mountains. The pillar was huge, with a height of over 10,000 feet and the width of a house. Patterns of golden dragons and phoenix lined the pillar, lending it an air of magnificence. The most attention-grabbing detail was an ancient, grandiose word carved in the center of the pillar. The word was kill. The word imbued the magnificent stone pillar with an impressively potent killing intent. An elegant man in golden armor sat under the pillar, his eyes focused on the word kill on the pillar. He was so transfixed that he could not look away. The man had remained under the pillar for hundreds of years. Suddenly, the man's expression changed and his eyelids flew open, revealing a pair of eyes that glinted with sharp golden light. He then got up and passed through the wall beside him. A scarlet-robed figure was flying over from the opposite direction that the armored man had gone. That is, the moment Jian Wushuang arrived at the huge pillar, he also saw the man in golden armor under it. I finally found someone after having traveling through this battlefield for so long. Though he was smiling, his heart felt heavy. The token that could sense his allies was not responding. That meant he had come across a Gene Kingdom expert. Golden armor? People from the Gene Kingdom wear golden armors. It might be a kind of systematically made magic weapon used for defense. Swoosh! The man in golden armor turned illusionary as he charged toward Jian Wushuang. Be careful, he's an advanced celestial master. Gu King said. He's an advanced celestial master? The same level as Patriarch of Empyrean Glory? Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted in shock and his expression became serious. However, he did not entertain thoughts of escaping. Before entering the Green Fire Palace, he would have immediately fled in such a scenario. Things were different now. I finally met someone on the battlefield, and he's from the Gene Kingdom to boot, Jian Wushuang thought. This is my first encounter and fight with a Gene Kingdom expert. I'll definitely not retreat from this battle. Chapter 1100, First Battle. Chapter 1100, First Battle. Jian Wushuang's urge to battle reached its peak. He had drawn the Blood Mountain sword long ago. On the other hand, the man in gold armor, who had dashed forward at great speed from the stone pillar, looked extremely murderous. "You're foolish to not have escaped after seeing me charge across." The man in gold armor's gaze was extremely cold. A giant gold hammer appeared in each of his hands, each one of them billions of caddies heavy. The man struck just as he appeared before Jian Wushuang, the two giant hammers raining down upon Jian Wushuang at the same time. They certainly did not waste any time on words. Once the man in gold armor realized that Jian Wushuang was not one of his people, he immediately struck, and with a potentially lethal blow to boot. The Green Fire Palace had been warring with the Gene Kingdom for exactly 5 million years, and there were countless killings on both sides. As a result, both parties were already hell-bent on destroying each other. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. At the same instant when the man in gold armor swung his giant hammers, Jian Wushuang had slashed angrily with the Blood Mountain sword, boundless power in his move. It was a swordsmanship called Bladed Surge from his Coalescence sword principle. Bam! Bam! Two loud sounds from their weapons' clash rang out, as the giant hammers smashed simultaneously into the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang could feel the huge force of the blow, and his figure shook. His arms were also a little numb from absorbing the impact of the blow. "Burst forth!" shouted Jian Wushuang angrily. The hidden force within the bladed surge formed into the second kind of power, and it was also released. The man in gold armor said, as his expression changed slightly. His figure also could not help but retreat by a few steps. Heaven's bane! Jian Wushuang grasped his sword with both hands. He could feel vast amounts of ancient god power flowing into his arms, and soon the Blood Mountain sword was giving off a huge blood-red glow. He then released the extremely powerful sword light toward his opponent. The man in gold armor's gaze was electrifying, and he was consumed by killing intent. In an instant, he channeled the power of an advanced celestial master and swung one of his hammers at Jian Wushuang with matching ferocity. The blow easily smashed through the void, destroying everything in its path. Both attacks were alarmingly strong and powerful, and there was a loud, booming sound as they clashed. Jian Wushuang's figure flew backward as if it had been shot from a cannon, but the man in gold armor merely took a step back. From the clash, it was pretty evident that the man in gold armor had the upper hand. After arriving at the Green Fire Palace, I spent a year in the Tai Ching Palace practicing my skills. I then created the Speed Sword Principle, and my strength has indeed increased. But the biggest strength of my sword principle is till speed. It's not suited for power, and currently I am only on par with a common advanced celestial master. This expert from the Gene Kingdom strength, on the other hand, absolutely rivals that of a top advanced celestial master, Jian Wushuang thought. The man was, however, looking at Jian Wushuang in amazement. He lowered his voice and said, "From your aura, you're merely at the eternal realm, but you've possessed such great battle strength. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of your existence amongst the experts of the Green Fire Palace?" "My name is Jian Wushuang," replied Jian Wushuang coldly. His feet began to move the instant he stopped talking. A huge gaping hole immediately appeared in the void below Jian Wushuang's feet as his figure appeared phantom-like in a flash before the man in gold armor. He then swung his sword at his opponent with a swordsmanship that was weird and hard to discern. "This speed," the man in gold armor said. He was surprised as he saw Jian Wushuang's attack drawing near. His opponent's speed was extremely great. The man immediately swung his giant hammers simultaneously. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, put on a perfect display of the speed of his swordsmanship. Clang, 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 clang. As sounds of metal smashing into each other rang out, the void around the combatants had completely collapsed. Ripple after ripple of the impact from the clash spread out with amazing speed, resulting in the ground beneath them, which was already ruined, to be damaged further. It looked even more terrible. The man in gold armor was already striking with maximum effort, and even though each blow of his hammer carried huge power, Jian Wushuang could obviously handle the impact from their blows easily. He seemed to not be affected in the least bit and was clearly holding the upper hand in terms of speed. Humph! I don't have time to fool around with you, the man in gold armor grunted coldly. Suddenly his body gave off a golden glow, and two coarse and thick arms appeared out from the top of his shoulders, holding similar giant gold hammers like his other two arms. For arms? Asked Jian Wushuang. He could not help but be stunned. What secret skill is this? 4 giant hammers came swinging at Jian Wushuang simultaneously. All of a sudden he was flustered. Jian Wushuang could easily handle the attacks from 2 giant hammers. He even held the upper hand. Now, however, 4 giant hammers were swinging at him at the same time. The tables had completely turned on him, and he was even having trouble blocking the attacks. Dong! 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 Heavy sounds rang across the sky as the giant hammers rained down on Jian Wushuang with alarming speed. He steeled himself and evaded the first attack. In the next instant, however, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. Die! Jian Wushuang hissed chillingly. A sword light was formed. Anyone who saw it would find it extremely beautiful and sorrowful at the same time. As it shot out toward Jian Wushuang's opponent, it blocked out all light from the surrounding sky. The man in gold armor could not help but stare at it as well. As he looked at the sword light, his pupils suddenly contracted. To his naked eye, the sword light was moving very slowly, but somehow his consciousness told him that it was coming toward him at an extremely fast speed. Also, as the sword light was formed, a faint echo from a sword also rang out. All of a sudden, a fearsome consciousness attack was directed at the man in gold armor. Not only did Jian Wushuang launch the consciousness attack, but he also utilized a portion of the killing intent inside his killing bead. He combined the consciousness attack with his killing intent on a direct assault on his opponent. What? The man felt his brain hurt, but luckily for him, it subsided quickly. He then lifted one of his hands, wishing to block Jian Wushuang's physical attack with a giant hammer, but it was moving too quickly for him. As he had also been momentarily stunned by the consciousness attack, there was no way he could completely block his opponent's sword. At last, the sword light slashed through the raised arm. The strong tearing force ripped his armor apart and sliced off half of the arm. The man was not flustered even after suffering the wound. His figure had retreated far away, and he turned to leave after giving Jian Wushuang a look of mixed emotions. Chapter 1101, one of ours. Chapter 1101, one of ours. Has he left? Jian Wushuang had no intention of chasing after the man in gold armor at all. In truth, even if his opponent remained behind, he had to leave. After all, he had expended his entire repertoire of swordsmanship, but only managed to cut off one of the man's arms. His opponent could regenerate his arm back instantly, and he did not seem to have lost any of his battle strength. If the battle continued on, most likely Jian Wushuang would have lost. I perfected my death shadow by combining both essences of speed and slowness in it. Most importantly, my consciousness attack, coupled with killing intent, should have been even more powerful, but he easily blocked my consciousness attack. He didn't even seem to be affected much by it, thought Jian Wushuang, secretly surprised. To Jian Wushuang, even an advanced celestial master would have trouble blocking such an attack, much less be so unaffected by it. He's also a celestial master like Empyrean Patriarch, but this man is much stronger than him. His consciousness is especially powerful, muttered Jian Wushuang. These experts from the Jin Kingdom came from the eternal chaotic world, and more or less they have spent some time trying to make a living there. Naturally, they'll not be lacking in quality. The Green Fire Palace can hold its own with the Jin Kingdom because it has gained many treasures due to its strategic location, which is situated on a huge battlefield. If not, Gu Qing's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind again. Jian Wushuang could not hold in his laughter. He did not think too much about it, however, and he walked directly toward the bronze-colored stone pillar which the man in gold armor had been standing at previously. As he came to the front of the pillar, he saw the word "kill" carved into its center. The moment he saw the word, "Kill! Kill!" roar after roar echoed in his mind as he felt a terrible surge of killing intent engulfing him. His pupils shrank violently as his figure flew backward by a few steps. He only lifted his head again once he was far away from the pillar. What a fearsome rush of killing intent it was! In fact, it's much stronger than that of mine, which was made using the killing bead, thought Jian Wushuang secretly. At the same time, he also realized something. No wonder that expert from the Jin Kingdom could withstand my consciousness attack easily. So he has been cultivating his skills, all this while at this stone pillar. The terrible killing intent emanating from the word on the stone pillar could have been used to train one's consciousness. Evidently, the man in gold armor had stayed in front of the pillar to train his consciousness. As such, his consciousness was naturally extremely robust. Jian Wushuang, the killing intent in this word is formidable. Do you want to follow the Jin Kingdom expert's lead and stay here for a while more to practice? Gu Qing asked. Stay here to train my consciousness. Jian Wushuang considered the proposal for a while before finally shaking his head and replying, No, even though the surge of killing intent from this pillar is powerful, so is my consciousness. It won't have much effect on me, and it's not worth my time. Furthermore, the man from the Jin Kingdom has just left, and who's to say if he'll return after a while? Maybe he'll even bring other experts from the Jin Kingdom here. Therefore, it's still better for me to leave. Jian Wushuang made his decision and immediately left to seek his fortune in the vast battlefield surrounding him. Time slowly passed. The battlefield was too huge. Even though many celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom wandering about the battlefield, it was too vast for them to be noticeable. For the next 30 years, the last person Jian Wushuang met was the man in gold armor. He never saw anyone else. He spent all his energy to look for opportunities on the battlefield during this time. There were many opportunities to be found on the battlefield. Just the marks left behind by experts as they battled alone were numerous. Even though they had been made a very long time ago, they still contained much profound meaning. These could also be considered as opportunities. Jian Wushuang was sitting quietly by himself on a hill, but he kept his gaze fixed on the ground below him. There was a huge imprint of a claw on the ground. 5 incredibly deep claw marks could be seen. The claw marks stretched for 50,000 kilometers. Even though they were made many years ago, their power still had a chilling effect. It was an extremely violent and swift sort of power, and there were even signs of pure yang energy from the marks left behind. Jian Wushuang had been on the hill for exactly 2 years. During this time, he tried to understand the profundity of the message left behind by the claw marks. The move made with these claws was similar to his own Scarlet Yang sword principle. They were both direct and made with pure yang energy. Even so, it was just a mark left during battle after all. Its owner had not left it behind on purpose, and there was no message contained in it. As such, Jian Wushuang felt that spending 2 years trying to figure it out was enough and got up to leave. He continued to move forward in the void, a faint smile on his lips. He had spent the past 30 years wandering in this uncharted territory by himself. Along the way, he met with some opportunities, and even though they were small ones, overall they increased his strength considerably. He had also managed to collect a few magic weapons and had managed to accumulate more than 2,000 points. Therefore, he considered himself to have profited quite a lot all in all. Just at this moment, all of a sudden his expression changed and he stopped subconsciously. He fished out a token. It was the same token Tang Emperor gave him, and it could help him sense nearby companions. It was the first time he had encountered anyone from his own side since wandering around the battlefield after leaving the Green Fire Palace. Finally, I've managed to find someone on my side after all this time, and not to mention in this unknown territory. I'd better go over to say hi, Jian Wushuang muttered with a faint smile. He then allowed the token to guide him toward the stranger. Two figures were floating side by side in front of a hill made up entirely of purple gems. One of them had a slender-looking face and was clad in black robes. He grew a beard and seemed to be of middle age. The other was a bright-eyed, short and hunchbacked elder. "I can feel it. That thing should be underneath this hill," said the hunchbacked elder. "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for?" "Let's go directly in," said the middle-aged man in black robes. "Let's not hurry. Someone is approaching," said the hunchback as he turned his gaze to the void at their side, his face expressionless and inscrutable. Indeed, a figure was approaching slowly along his line of sight. "Luckily, it's one of us," the hunchbacked elder laughed. Chapter 1102 Aren't Welcome. Chapter 1102 Aren't Welcome. In no time at all, Jian Wushuang, who was clad in a scarlet robe and carrying a long sword on his back, had appeared in front of the two men. "So it's Celestial Master Menglong and Celestial Master Yi," he said, cupping his hands together toward them. "An Eternal Realm expert." The black-clad Celestial Master Menglong and Celestial Master Yi, the hunchbacked elder, looked strangely at Jian Wushuang. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Jian Wushuang who just joined the Green Fire Palace, right?" asked Celestial Master Yi. "That's me," said Jian Wushuang, smiling slightly. "Even though I've been wandering around this battlefield all these years, I've not returned back to the palace for a long time now. A good friend there mentioned you when he communicated to me, however. It's said that you're the son of Nan?" Celestial Master Yi asked, his tone slightly cold. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a while before nodding, slightly. "Humph! When your father was at the Green Fire Palace, he acted somewhat arrogantly. To think that you're even more unrestrained than he was. You're just but an Eternal Realm expert that got to possess the battle strength of a medium Celestial Master due to some extraordinary reasons. Even so, there are countless dangers in this battlefield that can kill you, yet you travel alone? Furthermore, you've even ventured so deeply into uncharted territory?" "Celestial Master," Yi said in a low, deep voice. Celestial Master Menglong, who was standing beside him, looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown as well. One had to understand that the two Celestial Masters had ventured into this part of the battlefield together, even though they were amongst the strongest of the medium Celestial Masters. They were also of advanced age and had possessed many life-saving skills. Most of the medium Celestial Masters of the Green Fire Palace dared not venture into this uncharted part of the battlefield alone. Take Celestial Master Silver Moon, for example. Even though she traveled alone, she only wandered around known territory. It was supposed to be a low-risk zone, yet she met with danger and was killed by experts from the Jin Kingdom. So, for Jian Wushuang to venture alone into uncharted territory and go deep into the area to boot was an act no different to courting his own death in the eyes of the two Celestial Masters. Jian Wushuang did not know how to react to Celestial Master Yi's questions. He felt they were both funny and annoying. Even so, he thought he should reply, "I dare to venture alone into this uncharted area because I have support, you two kind sirs." "Support? What support? You're way too arrogant, young man. You don't know how dangerous this battlefield can be. You'll regret once you encounter these dangers yourself, Celestial Master, he said in a tone that sounded as if he was reprimanding Jian Wushuang. Fine, since he wants to court his own death. There's nothing we can say to change his mind. Celestial Master Menglong spoke up as well in a cold tone. Jian Wushuang, if you don't have anything much, leave us. Also, let me remind you, you should quickly return back to the Green Fire Palace before you get into a really dangerous situation. Come back when you've become a Dao Master. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly as he heard the Celestial Master's comments. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. He immediately turned and left after speaking. The Celestial Masters did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang, and they casually walked toward the hill made of purple gems after he left. After a short while, however, roar! An angry roar accompanied by an alarming level of murderous aura rose up from the depths of the hill. Soon, two figures were also scampering out of the same spot. They were obviously Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong. Quickly run! Celestial Master, he shouted. In an instant, both of them fled as fast as they could toward the void in front of them. Just as they dashed out from underneath the mountain, a weirdly shaped exotic beast made up entirely of purple gems emerged. Lightning crackled along its purple scales, and the killing intent it emanated engulfed the entire area. It immediately went after the two Celestial Masters with alarming speed. Jian Wushuang was traversing absent-mindedly in the void above the battlefield. How does it feel to be turned away, kid? Gu King teased. I had just wanted to exchange greetings. Who would have expected them to not welcome me? Jian Wushuang replied, a weird expression on his face. Because of your mother. I'm afraid only a few of the experts in the Green Fire Palace will choose not to ignore you. If you wish to earn their respect, you have to prove your strength to them. Let them believe in your potential. As for now, you haven't achieved that, said Gu King, laughing. I know that, replied Jian Wushuang with a bitter laugh. Suddenly, what's going on? Jian Wushuang took out his token again, and through it he could clearly sense that Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong were coming in his direction with alarming speed. The distance between them kept diminishing. Such speed, this is an uncharted territory after all, and even I do not dare to travel too quickly. They don't seem to be traversing. Could it be that they're fleeing? Jian Wushuang thought. He stopped immediately and turned, rushing toward the two Celestial Masters. Soon he saw what was happening. He could see the Celestial Masters fleeing for their lives, and a ferocious exotic beast covered entirely with purple scales was chasing after them. The exotic beast was giving off an extremely high amount of murderous aura, giving Jian Wushuang the chills. What's that? Jian Wushuang asked as he frowned. It's a beast puppet, replied Gu King. Beast puppet? Jian Wushuang asked, momentarily stunned. He had only heard of puppet fighters, not beast puppets before. They are puppets made by experts from the eternal chaotic world by directly refining exotic beasts. Even though they are puppets, they retain their original consciousnesses. The beast puppet you see most likely even has the battle strength of an exceptional realm Celestial Master, Gu King explained. Is that so? No wonder the two Celestial Masters are fleeing, said Jian Wushuang as he finally knew what the beast exactly was. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong could be considered as extremely strong amongst their peers, and they could have handled one or two ordinary advanced Celestial Masters. They would definitely not be fleeing in such a sorry fashion. They were, however, no match at all for this beast puppet, even if they joined forces. The beast puppet possesses amazing speed and should be catching up with them any time now, Jian Wushuang said, his face stern. In the next instant, the Blood Mountain sword had appeared in his hand, and his figure immediately dashed forward. Oh no, oh no! The faces of Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong were looking very terrible at the moment. The former was even covered with blood, and his aura was weak. Evidently, he was seriously wounded, and neither of them could have possibly survived if the beast puppet caught up with them. Just at this moment, they noticed that Jian Wushuang's figure was charging directly toward them from the void in front of them. Chapter 1103, Strike. Chapter 1103, Strike. Jian Wushuang. Not only is the kid not running away after seeing that we're being chased, instead, he's stupidly charging toward us. Is he looking to die? The Celestial Masters got even more angry after seeing Jian Wushuang dashing toward them. Kid, run quickly. Celestial Master Yi even shouted sternly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not heed his warning. He fixed his cold stare on the exotic beast. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang passed them by, appearing before the purple exotic beast. What's the kid doing? Does he really want to die? He's insane. The scene unfolding behind them shocked both Celestial Masters. Very quickly, they understood what Jian Wushuang was up to. His look grew more murderous as the power emanating from the Blood Mountain sword increased as well. He then slashed at the exotic beast with it. Heaven's Bane! Jian Wushuang cried in a chilling tone. In an instant, he unleashed the full might of his power. The purple beast growled and swung a palm at Jian Wushuang casually. It wanted to smash the ant in front of it into pieces. Crash! A low crashing noise rang out and many sparks flew. A large amount of power began to disperse into the surroundings. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grim, and all of a sudden his figure was swatted away and it crashed into a barren mountain at his side. The mountain split into two from the impact, and huge amounts of loose rocks began raining down. The exotic beast, however, had stopped charging forward. Many scales had fallen off its palm that clashed with the Blood Mountain sword. Just like this, Jian Wushuang managed to stop the beast puppet's figure from moving forward. Boom! There was a loud booming sound as large amounts of loose rocks began flying out. Jian Wushuang re-emerged from the remains of the mountain. Unexpectedly, his aura was still strong and his complexion healthy. Evidently, the blow from the beast had not harmed him much. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong, you two should leave first. Leave this fellow to me, Jian Wushuang said with a slight smile. The two Celestial Masters were a little dumbstruck now. They had personally experienced the terror of the purple beast, and Celestial Master, he was seriously wounded by a blow from its palm. He had managed to survive because he used a protective treasure to absorb part of the impact from the blow. All in all, even if the exotic beast was not as strong as a real Celestial Master who had reached the exceptional realm, it was not too much weaker. How could Jian Wushuang had survived that blow and remained unscathed, they thought. They were shocked. Extremely shocked, to be exact. After recovering, they immediately reacted to his suggestion. Neither of them hesitated to accept his offer. Jian Wushuang, be careful yourself, said Celestial Master Yi. He then hurriedly left with Celestial Master Menglong. Roar! The purple beast growled as it saw the two Celestial Masters leaving. The purple lightning surrounding its body began flowing, and its figure immediately gave chase. Jian Wushuang, however, had also begun to move. Stop, I say. He appeared, phantom-like, at its side, brandishing the Blood Mountain sword at the same time. In a flash, he had struck 4 times, all of them with amazing speed. They were directed straight at the beast's eyes. The beast had no choice but to shift its figure away from the attacks. At the same time, it struck at Jian Wushuang with the same palm, and this time it was imbued with purple thunderbolts. As such, it was more powerful than the last attack. Jian Wushuang shifted his figure and dodged the attack easily. The palm of the beast struck the void where Jian Wushuang used to stand, smashing it into dust. The world-shattering power of the blow caused Jian Wushuang's pupils to contract involuntarily. What power? This beast puppet's battle strength is borderline Celestial Master's exceptional realm, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. He could not withstand the repeated attacks from a Celestial Master at the exceptional realm, but he possessed exceptional defensive capabilities and could still hold the beast up for a while more. Buzz. The void around them shook. The purple scales of the exotic beast had stood up after it missed its target, and huge amounts of purple thunderbolts rose from its body, shattering the void around it. This power then formed into a giant electric net, dropping down upon Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang struck with his sword. As the powerful sword light hit the electrical net, however, it quickly dissipated. My attack couldn't slash the net open? Jian Wushuang thought. He was shocked, and to make matters worse, the net was still descending upon him, its momentum unchecked. Whoosh! An awe-inspiring amount of power burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body, but it quickly dissipated after a while. Jian Wushuang was still standing perfectly well at his original spot. He raised a hand to pat the corner of his robe, but he began to smile faintly. The beast puppet's strength is close to Celestial Master's exceptional realm and much higher than mine. That said, it still will be unable to hit me, thought Jian Wushuang, secretly pleased. Roar! The beast growled as it fixed its murderous gaze on Jian Wushuang. Because of him, the Celestial Masters had long escaped. It's extremely strong in terms of attack, speed, and defense. I'm not its match, and I'd better leave while I can, Jian Wushuang thought, smiling slightly. He then immediately put his dragon blood secret skill to use. The first level of the secret skill increased Jian Wushuang's speed by tenfold immediately. He fled with amazing speed, and the purple beast was hell-bent on giving chase, but the distance between them kept increasing. Soon its target was completely gone from its line of sight. The Celestial Masters were quietly waiting for Jian Wushuang amongst ruins. Both of them had mixed emotions. Not long after, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared, traversing toward them from the void at a considerable distance away. Are you two all right? Jian Wushuang asked, laughing heartily as he saw the two Celestial Masters, especially the elderly hunchback. I was only slightly wounded, and will recover after doing the closed-door training for a while, replied Celestial Master Yi. He then lifted his head to look at Jian Wushuang, before continuing in a tone that made him sound guilty. Jian Wushuang before, he said. What happened earlier was a trivial matter. Please don't take it to heart, Jian Wushuang laughed. It was the truth. He had not taken it seriously. I'm ashamed, I really am, sighed Celestial Master Yi as he shook his head. Jian Wushuang, we were too conceited. We would like to apologize and thank you for your help earlier on, Celestial Master Menglong chipped in. They felt ashamed of their actions from the bottom of their heart. Previously, they had not welcomed Jian Wushuang when he came over to exchange greetings. Celestial Master Yi was especially hostile to him and even reprimanded him for a bit. He had described Jian Wushuang's action of venturing alone into the uncharted territory as akin to courting his own death. But what happened after that? If it were not for Jian Wushuang's intervention, both of them would have died there and then in the hands of the beast puppet. Chapter 1104 Chaos Divine Thunder. Chapter 1104 Chaos Divine Thunder. Jian Wushuang, I was capitalizing too much on my seniority when I spoke earlier. I'm sorry, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt it extremely funny to see two men continuously apologizing to him. He understood that the two Celestial Masters had encouraged him to return back to the Green Fire Palace earlier on because they did not know the extent of his strength. They had just spoken in a harsher tone, but they had good intentions. As such, Jian Wushuang did not take it to heart. Furthermore, when they were being chased by the exotic beast, they had told him to flee when they saw him charging toward them. It proved that even though they did not welcome him, they saw him as one of their own. Both of you don't have to do this, Jian Wushuang said. He laughed helplessly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jian Wushuang began to ask the celestial masters about the beast. What's going on with that purple beast earlier on? The celestial masters exchanged glances before the old hunchback began to explain. 2 of the daos I created have something to do with thunderbolts. When I passed by the purple mountain, I could sense something deep inside me, as if there was something within its depths. As such, I sneaked with Celestial Master Menglong into its core to check it out. Indeed, I saw a giant axe at the bottom of the mountain. The axe was giving off an extremely strong aura, and electricity was flowing around it. It was definitely a very good piece of treasure. But when I decided to take it for my own, the purple beast appeared and grievously wounded me with a swipe of its palm. Both of us had to put aside all thoughts about keeping the giant axe, and we began to flee. The exotic beast, however, kept chasing after us. As for what happened next, I believe you saw it. Is that so? Jian Wushuang asked as he nodded. Secretly, however, he began thinking. A magic weapon that could give off such a strong aura is most definitely not an emperor weapon. At the very least, it has to be a chaos magic weapon. It might even be a chaos magic treasure. Chaos magic weapons were much more valuable than emperor weapons. High-level weapons of this kind were worth even more, and if the giant axe turned out to be a chaos magic treasure, it would be a weapon of the rarest kind. Jian Wushuang could not ignore the fact that a rare treasure that was at least a chaos magic weapon had been discovered. Celestial Master Yi, I hear that you use a giant axe as a weapon, asked Jian Wushuang. He had got some intel on various experts of the Green Fire Palace from Celestial Master Yuding long ago, and because of this he managed to recognize the 2 Celestial Masters at a glance. Naturally, he also knew what sort of weapons they used. Right, I use a giant axe as my weapon. That one hidden underneath the purple mountain is very suitable for me, replied Celestial Master Yi solemnly. Since that's the case, we should think of a way to get it, said Jian Wushuang cheerfully. The Celestial Masters looked at each other. They had the same intent as Jian Wushuang, but they also felt that they were incapable of getting the giant axe. Jian Wushuang, do you have a way to take the axe from the purple beast? Asked Celestial Master Yi as he turned his gaze toward Jian Wushuang. There's a way, said Jian Wushuang with a faint smile. If I didn't guess wrongly, the beast is neither interested in the axe, nor has it been tasked to protect the weapon. If not, it would not have chased after you 2 for such a great distance. The Celestial Masters nodded profusely, evidently agreeing with Jian Wushuang's statement. If that's the case, things will be much easier. I'll distract the beast and lure it away, while you 2 take the opportunity to sneak the giant axe out, said Jian Wushuang mirthfully. The plan is easy to execute, but our main concern is still the purple beast's strength. Jian Wushuang, can you escape in one piece if you try to distract its attention? Asked Celestial Master Yi with a frown. I can, replied Jian Wushuang confidently. Didn't I escape in one piece just now? The Celestial Masters believed him upon seeing how confident he was. Since that's the case, we'll be relying on you, Jian Wushuang. We'll discuss how to share the axe after we've succeeded, Celestial Master Yi said. Fine, said Celestial Master Menglong as he nodded solemnly. No problem, said Jian Wushuang, before laughing carefreely, as if he did not care who the axe landed with. Soon Jian Wushuang moved out. He retraced his steps back to the mountain made up of purple gems and then headed directly underground. He arrived at the bottom of the mountain and saw the huge axe not long after. That's the axe, asked Jian Wushuang as he became aware of and began to perceive the weapon's presence. The aura emanating from the axe made him a little surprised. From the aura it's giving off, it should be a chaos magic treasure, but somehow it's incomplete. If I didn't guess wrongly, this giant axe should be damaged. Gu King's voice rang out. A broken piece of chaos magic treasure, said Jian Wushuang, momentarily stunned. Jian Wushuang himself possessed a damaged Chaos Divine Treasure, the Mountain River Map. He knew that the damage would devalue the item considerably, but even so it was still more valuable than ordinary chaos magic weapons. This is... Gu King suddenly grew curious. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang asked multiple times. You're in luck, Jian Wushuang, replied Gu King, laughing. What do you mean? Asked Jian Wushuang, bewildered. There's no question that the giant axe is indeed a damaged chaos magic treasure, and that the axe is of little use to you, a sword user. There's chaos divine thunder hidden within it, however, and that'll come in handy for you, said Gu King. Chaos divine thunder? Asked Jian Wushuang, a little stunned. It's extremely powerful and rarely seen even in the eternal chaotic world. My guess is that the axe's owner was extremely strong when he or she was alive and skilled in Thunderbolt Dao. It's probably the reason why he hid Chaos, the divine thunder, in his weapon. Most likely, he wanted to surprise his enemy, replied Gu King. Jian Wushuang, didn't you use to practice the divine Yin thunder on Star Island? Asked Gu King. Yes, Jian Wushuang replied as he nodded subconsciously. He had mastered the secret skill on Star Island, and it was a rather powerful technique. When he was still weak, the technique helped him in many ways, but after his strength grew, he seldom used it anymore, especially now that his battle strength was already on par with an advanced celestial master. After all, if he still wanted to improve on the technique, he had to acquire plenty of power from thunderbolts. As such, he had no way of improving on it while in the green fire world. Now that Gu King brought the technique up, Jian Wushuang thought. Gu King, are you trying to suggest that the Chaos Divine Thunder can help improve my divine Yin Thunder secret skill? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course, replied Gu King cheerfully. The Chaos Divine Thunder is high-level stuff. Just a thunderbolt could help your divine Yin Thunder secret skill break through into level 3. When that happens, your overall strength will definitely have improved greatly. Chapter 11:05 Getting the Axe. Chapter 11:05 Getting the Axe. Level 3? Asked Jian Wushuang. He could not help but feel tempted. He had managed to cultivate the divine Yin Thunder secret skill to level 2 on Star Island with a great deal of labor. This secret skill had never been improved since then. However, if it broke through into level 3, that definitely would give his strength a big boost. Looks like I definitely have to get my hands on the Chaos Divine Thunder, Jian Wushuang thought as he licked his lips. Firstly, he had to get the giant axe. I shall act directly then. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and dashed toward the magic weapon. The purple beast immediately picked up his movements the moment he drew near. Roar! An ear-splitting roar reverberated across the entire chasm as the huge body of the exotic beast dashed out from its resting place with alarming speed, covered with lightning. In an instant, it appeared before Jian Wushuang, and it clawed at the intruder with its sharp talons. Jian Wushuang's expression remained calm as the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He then casually struck at the claws of his opponent with it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, and Jian Wushuang's figure retreated quickly away. Damned human, the beast hissed. Its gaze was extremely murderous. It had recognized Jian Wushuang. It then continued attacking in a fit of rage. This time, the beast had no plans to allow the accursed human to escape again. Soon, two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, could be seen bursting out from underground as they dashed toward the surrounding void. Just as the beast was lured out of hiding by Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong, who had remained in hiding all this while, acted immediately. They snuck into the chasm and located the giant axe before absorbing it into an interspatial ring. The hunchbacked Celestial Master Yi then sent a message to Jian Wushuang to keep him updated. Have they already got the axe? Jian Wushuang thought. A smile appeared on his lips as he received the message. He did not want to waste any more time with the beast and shook it off easily with his dragon blood secret skill. He then gathered with the Celestial Masters in a spot within the void. "Celestial Master Yi, take out the giant axe quickly for us to see," said Celestial Master Menglong happily. "Sure," replied his companion readily. He then drew out the weapon with a wave of his hand. Its power is extremely great, much more than normal chaos magic weapons, to be exact. It should already be classified as the chaos magic treasure, right? Asked Celestial Master Menglong as he stared at the axe. "It's definitely a chaos magic treasure, but it's a pity that it has been damaged and not as powerful as it used to be," replied Celestial Master irregretfully. "Even if it's not as powerful as it used to be, it's still much more powerful than the magic weapon you're using," retorted Celestial Master Menglong as he rolled his eyes. "Haha, you're right," laughed Celestial Master Yi, seeming extremely happy. His expression grew solemn after the usual show of humility. "Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Menglong, I managed to get this giant axe because of help from the both of you, especially Jian Wushuang. It's extremely valuable and should fetch close to 20,000 fire points. I wish to give the two of you my 15,000 fire points that I've accumulated painstakingly over the years. It'll up to both of you to divide them amongst yourselves," he suggested. He sounded extremely sincere. The giant axe was extremely suitable for him, and obviously not for Jian Wushuang or Celestial Master Menglong. As such, logically the weapon should go to him, but he had to offer a suitable amount of fire points to both of them in return. The giant axe's value was somewhere near what he said, 20,000 fire points. As such, his offer of 15,000 fire points to be split amongst his two accomplices was extremely generous. After all, he had also put in a considerable amount of effort into obtaining the weapon. If he had not felt its presence earlier on, none of them would have discovered the weapon in the first place. "It's all due to your sharp senses, Celestial Master Yi, and your act of luring the purple beast away, Jian Wushuang, that we managed to obtain the giant axe. I didn't contribute at all, and I can't possibly accept the offer of fire points," said Celestial Master Menglong with a laugh. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang also shook his head. "The giant axe was discovered by you first, Celestial Master Yi, and naturally it should go to you. As for drawing the beast away, it was nothing. I don't want the fire points. If you really wish to thank me, I have a request to make," he said. "A request?" asked Celestial Master Yi as he looked toward Jian Wushuang. "Speak your mind, my young friend," he said readily. The Celestial Master considered Jian Wushuang to have saved the lives of both his companion and himself earlier on, and Jian Wushuang had even distracted the exotic beast so that they could obtain the giant axe. As such, he was truly grateful to Jian Wushuang, and he would have agreed to any request, as long as it was within his means. "When I saw the giant axe, I noticed that there's an extremely strong piece of chaos divine thunder contained with it. I don't suppose you could give it to me?" asked Jian Wushuang. "Chaos divine thunder?" asked the Celestial Master with a frown. In truth, he knew what was hidden in the weapon after becoming its master. "There's indeed chaos divine thunder in this axe. It should have been left behind by its previous owner. It is of not much use to me. And you can take it if you wish to, young friend," he agreed. "Then I shall thank you for your kindness," said Jian Wushuang, feeling pleased. Celestial Master Yi drew the chaos divine thunder in the axe out, allowing Jian Wushuang to transfer it into his body carefully. It was a rather successful operation. Even though the chaos divine thunder was in Jian Wushuang's body now, it was still not under his control. He would have to refine it completely before he could slowly absorb its power and cultivate his own divine Yin Thunder secret skill to greater levels. Now that I've obtained the Chaos Divine Thunder, I have to go somewhere to do the closed-door training for a while. You two do not have to wait for me. Please continue to seek for opportunities," said Jian Wushuang with a smile. "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave," the Celestial Master said. They then set off quickly. After they left, Jian Wushuang found a quiet spot and built a temporary cave mansion for himself. He sat cross-legged in the cave mansion, feeling the powers of 2 thunderbolts beating within himself. They were the divine Yin thunder, which he had cultivated from his secret skill, and the chaos divine thunder within the giant axe from the purple beast's lair. He wanted to refine the chaos divine thunder and absorb it slowly into his divine Yin thunder. "Let's begin," Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He let out a stream of air lightly and immediately began the refining process. Chapter 11:06 Sinkhole. Chapter 11:06 Sinkhole. In a flash, 8 years passed by. "Haha, I've succeeded." Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and there was a gold thunderbolt flashing past his eyes. He had shut himself in the cave mansion for 8 years. He had finally reached level 3 of the divine Yin Thunder's secret skill. At the first level of the skill, he could produce the most ordinary black thunderbolts. At level 2, they turned scarlet. And now, at level 3 of the skill, he could produce gold thunderbolts. They contained extremely ferocious power, which was at least 10 times more than that of the scarlet thunderbolts produced at level 2 of the skill. When this secret skill reached level 2, it had little impact on my overall strength. Now that it has reached level 3, it'll help increase the power of my swordsmanships once I learn to combine both together. My overall power could even reach a new level, he thought. Currently, I'm faster than the advanced celestial masters, but in terms of power, I'm much weaker than them. Now that I have reached a higher level of proficiency in divine Yin Thunder, the power of my swordsmanships will increase, thereby solving the issue of my power shortage. I'm definitely much stronger than before. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists together. He was feeling somewhat expectant. He wanted to test his strength against an opponent to see how much he had improved. He had no luck finding any expert from the Jin Kingdom in the vast battlefield, however. In fact, he had only encountered one after wandering for so many years. I can only wait for the next opportunity, Jian Wushuang thought, trying hard to suppress his desire to fight. After successfully achieving level 3 proficiency in divine Yin Thunder, Jian Wushuang left the cave mansion and resumed his journey, casually wandering about in the battlefield. It seemed boundless, it was huge. Also, it was fraught with many natural, perilous places. They were so dangerous that even any of the 5 Green Fire Palace masters could die if they stepped into the traps by accident. Needless to say, the probability of an ordinary celestial master dying from falling into the traps was even higher. 5 years after he achieved a breakthrough in the divine Yin Thunder secret skill, Jian Wushuang came to a place that had an extremely peculiar landscape. This is Jian Wushuang studied the ground in front of him, looking a little awestruck. As far as he could see, there was a pitch-black, bottomless sinkhole on the ground. Jian Wushuang's eyesight was extremely sharp now, and the sinkhole had to be at least more than 33 kilometers if he could not see its bottom, even after utilizing the Scarlet Eye secret skill. Furthermore, it was much, much too wide. All Jian Wushuang could see was the sinkhole. It stretched for at least 3,000 kilometers. How was such a huge sinkhole formed? Could it be also created by a fight between experts? Uttered Jian Wushuang in awe. That's highly possible, nodded Gu King solemnly inside Jian Wushuang. There are countless experts in the eternal chaotic world, and some of them, like the creator of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen, the 8-star imperial god, are so powerful that they can easily destroy an eternal world with a simple move. The sinkhole in front of you could very possibly be created by one punch of such an expert, he continued. From one punch? Jian Wushuang asked. He cleared his throat and took in a deep, cold breath. Just at this moment, Jian Wushuang, look quickly toward your left, Gu King said hurriedly. Jian Wushuang did as told, his pupils immediately shrinking. Using the Scarlet Eye secret skill, he could clearly see a golden glow less than 30 kilometers far away from his left. Even though it was extremely faint and hard for even an ordinary celestial master to spot, Jian Wushuang still managed to notice it. He immediately dashed toward the glow without hesitation. He covered the distance between the glow and himself in an instant, appearing in front of it. "This is," Jian Wushuang said, looking pleasantly surprised as he saw the true color of the golden glow. "Ancient god power!" he exclaimed. Jian Wushuang kept his gaze fixed squarely on the 4 golden droplets of water. He knew very clearly what sort of power they contained. Before he had left the Green Fire Palace, Tang Emperor had given him a similar droplet. It turned out to be the ancient god power. 4 droplets of ancient god power? Asked Jian Wushuang, pleasantly surprised. He then kept them in his interspatial ring. "You're in luck, aren't you, Jian Wushuang?" teased Gu King. "Ha ha!" laughed Jian Wushuang readily. Indeed, he was in luck. There were many uses for the ancient god power, especially for Jian Wushuang. At the Fire Point Exchange Office, 1 droplet of ancient god power was worth exactly 5,000 fire points. As such, the 4 droplets he just collected was worth 20,000 fire points. They were worth as much as the valuable giant axe obtained by Celestial Master much earlier. Soon, however, Jian Wushuang began to look doubtful. How did 4 droplets of ancient god power come to be suspended above the sinkhole, he thought. He turned his gaze toward the pitch-black, bottomless sinkhole below him subconsciously. At this moment, a booming sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sinkhole. Jian Wushuang then felt the land around him starting to shake violently. "What's going on?" Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. "Jian Wushuang, I have a bad feeling about this." "You had better leave while you can," said Gu King solemnly. "I feel the same way," Jian Wushuang replied, squinting. He then dashed toward the void at some distance away, not daring to stay for even a little while. Not long after he began to move, however, the booming sound grew louder before something exploded out of the sinkhole. A bone-chilling force was rising out. It looked like a long-dormant volcano erupting. It was terrible, a terrible force. The moment the force rose out from the sinkhole, the void above it began to disintegrate like paper. The force contained huge shearing power, and it destroyed the area and everything around it. "That's not good!" exclaimed Jian Wushuang, his expression changing. "Flee, Jian Wushuang! Flee quickly!" roared Gu King. Jian Wushuang had reacted extremely swiftly. The moment he could sense the booming sound, he immediately dashed toward the void at the edge of the sinkhole, but the twisting force was still moving too quickly for him. He had just reached the border of the sinkhole and had yet to escape from it when the force caught up with him. Chapter 1107 Blood Cold Wind. Chapter 1107 Blood Cold Wind. Boom! In an instant, a fearsome gale with huge twisting force struck Jian Wushuang. He immediately grunted in pain and started burning the spiritual power in his body as fuel to utilize the 2nd level of his dragon blood secret skill. His speed immediately increased to 100 times faster, and he tried his best to withstand the impact from the blast. In the end, he managed to force his way out of the void which the sinkhole was at, as well as the impact radius of the gale. He was deathly pale as he stood on the void away from the sinkhole. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and he could feel that his aura had been diminished to pitiful levels. "Luckily, I'm still alive, even though I was seriously wounded." Jian Wushuang wiped away the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and raised his head again, turning his gaze back to the void surrounding the sinkhole. The fearsome gale was still sweeping around, smashing anything in its path to bits. The scene caused the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth to twitch. He still had a lingering fear of the gale. "It's too dangerous," Jian Wushuang thought. He was in grave danger moments ago, and if his reaction had been only a fraction slower, or if his speed was slightly slower, his figure would definitely have been smashed to smithereens by the impact from the gale. He doubted there would even be any remains of himself left. The epicenter of the gale should be the center of the sinkhole. I was only standing at the side of the sinkhole, which was far from its core. Even so, I was seriously wounded, even with the protection of the blood-killing plate armor and the Golden Image secret skill. Furthermore, the blast only lasted for a while. Jian Wushuang muttered in awe, his eyes still full of shock. Jian Wushuang, if I didn't see wrongly, this gale should be the blood-cold wind, something which is seen rarely even in the eternal chaotic world. Not only does it contain a terrible, twisting power, but the chilling effect it causes is also even more alarming. Most of your wounds were caused by this chilling effect, Gu King explained. Blood-cold wind? Jian Wushuang asked. When he briefly made contact with the gale earlier, he had indeed felt an extremely chilly energy rush into his body. Normally, it's very hard for the blood-cold wind to form, but the sinkhole before you just now managed to create such a huge amount of it. If I didn't guess wrongly, there must be some treasure hidden deep within it. It must be something that's very chilly and contains an extreme amount of Yin energy. Also, it must be extremely valuable, said Gu King. So what if there's treasure inside the sinkhole? I can't get to it, even if it's a chaos divine treasure, said Jian Wushuang bitterly. That's true, said Gu King as he nodded in agreement. He then remained silent. Both of them knew that there definitely was some sort of treasure at the bottom of the sinkhole, and it was of the extremely rare variety. Even so, they had no way of obtaining it. After all, Jian Wushuang had barely survived a blast of the gale. Who knew what dangers would be waiting for them at the bottom of the sinkhole? As such, Jian Wushuang could only stand by anxiously. He stood silently at the edge of the sinkhole as Gu King slowly began to patch him up. Before long, the terrible blood-cold wind had also abated. Even the void that had been damaged by the gale had been restored. It was peaceful once again, as if nothing had ever happened before. Even so, Jian Wushuang, who had just escaped with his life, did not dare to step close to the sinkhole again. He did not leave, however. He just stood nearby in silence, quietly waiting. After about 1 hour, a booming sound rose from the bottom of the sinkhole again. Is it starting again? Jian Wushuang fled to a safe distance, far away from the sinkhole, his gaze remaining fixed on it. Indeed, with a loud sound, the blood-cold wind rose out from the sinkhole again. It destroyed everything in its path like the previous gale did. This time, Jian Wushuang was far away and unaffected by the gale. He only quietly observed the entire proceedings. The blood-cold wind lasted for about the same time that one needed to take 10 breaths before it abated again. 10 breaths. Jian Wushuang thought as he squinted. The previous gale also lasted for around the same duration. Jian Wushuang remained at the same spot, constantly observing gale after gale. 10 days passed by in a jiffy. Within these 10 days, the blood-cold wind kept rising out of the sinkhole, and Jian Wushuang kept a close watch on it. He had already spotted the pattern of the gale's occurrence. The blood-cold wind only gets activated once every hour, and it lasts for the same duration. I take 10 breaths every time. Apart from that, each time it comes, it'll carry some ancient god power along with it. When it dies down, some of that power remains behind, Jian Wushuang thought. He remained in observation at the same spot for 10 days, witnessing countless gusts of blood-cold wind rising out from the sinkhole. He noticed a droplet of ancient god power left behind after one such gale abated, leading him to realize that not only was there a treasure of extreme Yin energy in the sinkhole, there was also plenty of ancient god power in it as well. The ancient god power was extremely pure and condensed by at least 6-star ancient god. Naturally, even the blood-cold wind could not easily destroy such power, and as a result, it must have remained intact at the bottom of the sinkhole. Jian Wushuang now understood why he managed to see 4 droplets of ancient god power at the sinkhole earlier on. After coming to a complete understanding of the regularity of the gales, he took out his animal hide map. The location I'm currently at is... After identifying his location on the map, he left a mark which contained a message. The message was about the uniqueness of the sinkhole, as well as the regularity of the gales. Aside, Jian Wushuang also named the sinkhole Chilly Wind Valley. This vast battlefield is fraught with dangers. Who knows how many places like Chilly Wind Valley can be found in it? Now that I've found and marked one, the chances of survival of Green Fire Palace experts who choose to wander in it will increase slightly, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The other experts from the Green Fire Palace would also mark their maps in a similar fashion when they came to new places or danger zones in previously uncharted territory. After returning to the Green Fire Palace, they would hand over their maps to the respective palace masters, who would reorganize them and pass on information about the newly discovered danger zones to every expert still wandering in the battlefield, so that they could avoid going into these areas and remain safe. As a member of the Green Fire Palace, Jian Wushuang had to play his part. He still remained standing in the void at the edge of Chilly Wind Valley. He was in no hurry to leave. Just at this moment, a message was transmitted to him via the token in his interspatial ring. Chapter 1108, an order. Chapter 1108, an order. What? Jian Wushuang asked. His expression changed the instant he read the message. Coordinates to a zone on the battlefield were included the message, as well as an order. The order was personally sent by Void Temple Master, one of the 5 Green Fire Palace Masters. He wanted all experts wandering in the battlefield to proceed with utmost urgency to the zone. Those too far away from the given coordinates were exempted, but those that were near had to rush over immediately. What caused Void Temple Master to send out such an order? Thought Jian Wushuang, still feeling surprised. He then immediately took out the map to the battlefield again. The coordinates sent by the Temple Master are over here. Very quickly, Jian Wushuang had located the zone which Void Temple Master wanted the experts to proceed to. It was also in uncharted territory. This zone is not too far away from me, and I can reach there in a month at my current speed, thought Jian Wushuang. 1 month's journey was considered short in the boundless battlefield. Let's set off quickly. Originally, Jian Wushuang had planned to remain at Chilly Wind Valley for a while more to see if more ancient god power or perhaps even other treasures would come out from the sinkhole, but he dared not delay carrying out Void Temple Master's order and set off immediately. His wounds had healed a long time ago, during the 10 days he spent observing the gales. Naturally, his speed was extremely fast. At the same moment he received the message, many other Green Fire Palace experts also received the same order. Void Temple Master sent out this order personally to us? What's so urgent? Something big must have happened in this zone. Could it be the discovery of a new secret land? Or perhaps a big opportunity? Something big must have happened. It's a pity that the zone is far from where I am, way too far to be exact. Even if I put everything down now and rush there at maximum speed, I'll need at least a few centuries' time to reach there. The incident must have long blown over by then. It's too far away. I can't do anything as I couldn't possibly make it in time to help. Those experts that were currently extremely far away from the zone were surprised to receive the order, but all of them ended up shaking their heads helplessly. The zone was too far away for them, and these experts would need centuries to arrive there. Furthermore, one had to factor in the potential dangers that they would be faced with. Evidently, there was no way they could make it in time to provide assistance. The other experts that were already nearby or even not too far away from the zone immediately made their way there. There must be some huge opportunity that showed itself. Otherwise, the Temple Master would not have asked so many of us to go to the zone. That said, nobody knows what sort of opportunity it would be. I'm so looking forward to knowing what it is. Let's go, let's move immediately. The opportunity may have already been seized by others by the time we get there. Many celestial masters from the Green Fire Temple were rushing over to the zone at top speed. At the same time, something was happening in the void far away from the zone. An indifferent-looking man who was carrying a long sword on his back was bashing his way through all the obstacles in his path, as if he had turned into a sharp sword himself. He was just a celestial master, but the speed which he was traveling it was far beyond the capabilities of his peers. The man was Sunrise Sword Emperor. He was also advancing at maximum speed toward the zone. Two figures were waiting quietly at a vast wasteland, and not before long, a black spot appeared at the limits of their lines of sight. "He's here," said the short, hunchbacked elder, a smile appearing on his face. The black spot gradually grew bigger, and a figure appeared before them shortly after. "We meet again, Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong," greeted Jian Wushuang with a smile. "How have you been, Jian Wushuang, my young friend?" asked the Celestial Masters as they smiled too. Although they had gone their separate ways, all three of them were wandering around the same area and they were not far away from each other. Naturally, they would meet again after receiving the Temple Master's message. "I believe the two of you are also going to the zone?" asked Jian Wushuang. "Do you know the reason why we're told to go there?" he continued asking. The Celestial Masters shook their heads. "Even though I don't know what the call is all about, but I've been in the Green Fire Palace for so long and haven't received many messages of this nature. I believe that something big must have happened in that zone," replied Celestial Master Yi solemnly. "If that's the case, let's not dally around any longer. We should set off immediately." Without waiting any longer, Jian Wushuang joined the Celestial Masters in their journey toward the zone. They arrived at their destination 1 month later. Only after arriving did they realize that the zone was actually made up of an endless chain of mountains, and there were many towering mountain ranges in it. "I've never been to this place before. Let's be extra careful," said Celestial Master Yi. "Right," nodded Jian Wushuang gently. Suddenly he sensed something. At the same time, this case happened to the two Celestial Masters as well. They could sense the presence of an expert from the Green Fire Palace from their tokens, and apparently the expert was moving at an alarming pace. "Seems like he or she is fleeing?" asked Celestial Master Yi with a frown. "He or she could be fleeing or chasing after an enemy, another expert from the Jin Kingdom, for example. Let's go to get a closer look for ourselves," said Jian Wushuang. The three of them immediately hurried off to their comrade's location. The expert had also seemed to sense their presence through his or her token. He was changing direction and moving toward them now. After a while, they saw the expert. "It's Celestial Master Jin Chu," said Celestial Master Yi emotionally. "Just by himself," exclaimed Celestial Master Menglong, similarly emotional. Celestial Master Jin Chu was a medium celestial master of the Green Fire Palace and considered as weaker compared to his peers. As such, under normal circumstances, he would be traveling with companions in uncharted territory. Now, however, he was by himself. Not only was he traveling alone, but his aura was also extremely weak and his complexion very pale. Evidently, he was also wounded seriously, and two figures in gold armor were chasing after him. The Jin Kingdom. It's experts from the Jin Kingdom. The eyes of the Celestial Masters glinted as they noticed the figures in gold armor as their killing intent surged. "Let's go!" Jian Wushuang growled as the Blood Mountain's sword appeared in his hand. He took a huge step forward, moving toward Celestial Master Jin Chu before the others. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong followed closely behind. Chapter 1109 Forced to Retreat. Chapter 1109 Forced to Retreat. Experts from the Green Fire Palace. As Jian Wushuang and the two Celestial Masters dashed toward them, the two experts from the Jin Kingdom noticed their presence. Humph, Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong are only middle ranking, while the other one is just a useless Eternal Realm rookie. No need to bother about them. Let's continue chasing our target. Celestial Master Jin Chu is worth exactly 3 life elixirs, exclaimed one of the Gene Kingdom experts, a purple-haired, burly man. The experts from the Gene Kingdom also had some knowledge of a few Celestial Masters from the Green Fire Palace. It was how they identified Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong. The eyes of the other expert were also focused upon Celestial Master Jin Chu. The speed of both pursuers did not decrease in the least bit. This surprised Jian Wushuang and his companions. Why are they still in pursuit after noticing our presence? What foolhardiness, said Celestial Master Yi with a chilly gaze. One of them is an advanced Celestial Master, while the other a middle-ranking one. How dare they be so conceited, added Celestial Master Menglong, rage burning in his eyes as well. Leave the advanced Celestial Master to me. I'll let you guys handle the middle-ranking one, said Jian Wushuang. Right, said Celestial Master Yi, nodding. No problem, added Celestial Master Menglong. They had personally witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength, and it was because of his presence that they remarked about the foolishness of the 2 Gene Kingdom experts. Shortly after, the 3 of them met up with the experts from the Gene Kingdom. Jian Wushuang was holding onto the Blood Mountain sword. It was bursting with strong power. He charged before his companions and slashed with the sword when he got close enough to touch his opponent. Heaven's Bane, he exclaimed. A majestic ray of sword light of pure yang energy sliced through the void in front of it, and a golden thunderbolt merged with it as it shot out, causing it to become more piercing to his opponent's eyes. It also increased the pressure felt by the expert from the Gene Kingdom. Piss off, you foolish, useless thing! The purple-haired, burly advanced Celestial Master roared. He struck his palm out with amazing quickness. The force equivalent to a thunderclap was contained in his move. It was extremely powerful as well. Even though the burly man acted as though he did not think much of Jian Wushuang, he dared not take his opponent's attack lightly. Evidently, he had utilized a secret skill of his. The 2 huge forces, each containing electrical energy, clashed head-on. Bam! With an ear-splitting boom, wave after wave of electrical power was unleashed into the surrounding void, shredding it into pieces. It felt as though heaven and earth had split open. The burly man's expression changed. He could feel a sharp pain emanating from his palm as his figure stumbled backward uncontrollably. When he raised his head again, he noticed that Jian Wushuang had already struck again. Swoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang struck 4 times with his sword. Each move was immensely powerful and brought huge pressure to his opponent. Jian Wushuang infused each strike with a golden thunderbolt, causing their power to be greatly increased. The level 3 divine Yin Thunder had increased his attack capability to its peak. The burly man wore a serious expression on his face. This time he returned the favor with both hands. His palms, which were encased in scarlet boxing gloves, surged with electrical power. Shocking thunder palm. Bam! 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 The man struck 4 times with his palms as well, also unleashing all of his power as an advanced Celestial Master. Even so, his figure was still knocked backward by the impact of the clash, and his arms felt incredibly numb. How could I, an advanced Celestial Master, not be on par with this kid in terms of offensive power? The burly man thought. He looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise before turning around and fleeing. As he did so, he left a voice message for his comrade to leave quickly as well. Jian Wushuang had no intention of chasing after the burly man. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the other battle which was still raging on. The Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong were facing off against the other expert from the Gene Kingdom. The expert was only a medium celestial master, and his strength was close to his opponent's. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid, but he was facing two opponents now. Furthermore, Celestial Master Jin Chu still had some battle strength left in him, and he was still eyeing for an opportunity to strike back. All these factors caused the Jin Kingdom expert to defend clumsily. He had originally hoped that his partner could come to his aid after dispatching the Eternal Realm expert. But surprisingly, the burly man had lost to Jian Wushuang and even fled immediately after. Damn it! His expression changed drastically. He was still in shock. The only thing on his mind was to retreat as well. His opponents were, however, hell-bent on catching him. Just at this moment, Jian Wushuang also came charging toward him. With my current strength, it'll still be hard for me to completely subdue an advanced celestial master, but it's more than enough to handle a middle-ranking one, thought Jian Wushuang as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He unleashed his swordsmanship on his opponent as he was drawing near. An extremely beautiful, yet mournful-looking sword light formed, and a terrible consciousness attack mixed with killing intent shot toward the middle-ranking celestial master of the Jin Kingdom. Faced with the sudden attack, the celestial master's consciousness was muddled in an instant, and he could do nothing as the sword light sliced his head off. Out of the two experts that were pursuing Celestial Master Jin Chu, one was dead now and the other had already fled. The experts from the Green Fire Palace gathered in the void. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong greeted Celestial Master Jin Chu. He then turned his gaze in surprise to Jian Wushuang. This esteemed fellow, then, should be our new comrade and young friend Jian Wushuang, right? That's me, replied Jian Wushuang with a slight nod. I'm Jin Chu. I'm indebted to you three for your help today, the Celestial Master said in gratitude. It's no big deal. Furthermore, both Celestial Master Menglong and I did not do anything much. If you really wish to thank someone, you should thank our young friend here. If it wasn't for him, we would have been unable to force the advanced Celestial Master of the Jin Kingdom to retreat, much less kill the other middle-ranking one, said Celestial Master Yi cheerfully. Yes, it's all thanks to our young friend, Jian Wushuang, said Celestial Master Jin Chu. He thanked the Eternal Realm expert profusely, but he wore a strange look on his face. He had heard about Jian Wushuang before and knew about his background. He even knew that Jian Wushuang had just joined the Green Fire Palace, and that even though he was an Eternal Realm expert, his battle strength was on par with a medium celestial master. That was what he knew. Now that I've finally met him, isn't his actual strength much greater than reported? He thought. Wasn't Jian Wushuang's ability just supposed to be on par with that of a medium celestial master? So, how could he defeat an advanced celestial master in direct combat? Celestial Master Jin Chu was extremely puzzled. Chapter 1110 Life Elixirs. Chapter 1110 Life Elixirs. Following a brief and polite chat, they began to get down to business. Celestial Master Jin Chu, the three of us rushed over here on Void Temple Master's order, but we don't know what has happened. Please tell us the details, he said. Jian Wushuang, Yi, and Menglong knew that something must have happened for Void Temple Master to issue such an order. Something major did happen. To be precise, a big opportunity has appeared, Jin Chu answered. A big opportunity? The three of them were surprised. Here's the thing, Jin Chu explained. When a Green Fire Palace expert passed by the area lately, he found a life elixir. A life elixir? Jian Wushuang became stunned. Yi and Menglong also appeared to be confused. Jian Wushuang was the only one among them who had never studied elixir. Yi and Menglong knew a thing or two about elixirs, but life elixirs were foreign to them. Suddenly, Gu Qing's voice resounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Life elixir is good news for the Green Fire world. Oh, Jian Wushuang asked, intrigued. Life elixir is an inimitable elixir and has only one effect. It can help a Tao master to integrate his existing Tao and condense his Dharma body. Integrate Das and condense Dharma body? Wouldn't that mean becoming a celestial master? He asked in surprise. Yes, life elixir is an elixir that can advance a Tao master into a celestial master. Moreover, under normal circumstances, one elixir can produce one celestial master, Jin Chu answered. Jian Wushuang was shocked to hear this. It was a great challenge for a Tao master to become a celestial master, as one would be required to integrate existing Tao to create one's Dharma body. There were a large number of Tao masters in the Green Fire world, and quite a few of them had reached the top of rank 3. However, few celestial masters had emerged. Though there were quite a number of celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace, they had all arduously improved themselves over time in the Green Fire world for 40 million years. It was a challenge indeed to produce a celestial master. Yet, life elixirs now presented an easy way for a Tao master to become one. If this elixir became available in the Green Fire world, all the Tao masters would go mad over it. Though life elixirs are extraordinary, they're useless to us since we've reached the level of celestial master, he said. You're right that it's useless to us. In fact, if there's only one of this elixir, Green Fire Palace wouldn't have cared. The issue is that there are tons of life elixir here. Jin Chu said seriously. Tons of life elixir? The other 3 asked in surprise. One elixir would produce a celestial master. Then wouldn't a bulk of life elixirs produce an army of celestial masters? Green Fire Palace would not have cared if the elixir could produce a single celestial master. However, if a large number of celestial masters was at stake, there were only 100 celestial masters in Green Fire Palace, which was insufficient for their battle against the Jin Kingdom. With a new group of celestial masters, Green Fire Palace would have the ability to directly fight the Jin Kingdom. Perhaps they could even dominate the battle. There are numerous life elixirs here, but no one knows the exact number. I'm sure there are no less than 100 of them, Jin Chu said confidently. When the Green Fire Palace expert found the life elixirs, he informed only Void Temple Master. Void Temple Master then ordered several celestial masters nearby to search the area for life elixirs. Unexpectedly, when they arrived and were ready to act, Jin Kingdom experts also found the place. Therefore, both sides began searching and fighting for those life elixirs. Void Temple Master ordered you 3 to come after realizing the Jin Kingdom experts found out about it. I see. The 3 of them finally understood what had happened. Celestial Master Jin Chu, you've been here for several days. Did you find any life elixirs? He asked. I came here 10 days ago with Celestial Master Sanjia, but we separated to increase our chances of finding life elixirs. I found 3 in the past 3 days, Jin Chu answered. You found 3 at one go? Jian Wushuang asked. Jin Chu's answer surprised them. 3 life elixirs could create 3 celestial masters. Just then, the 3 of them felt something. They had just received news from Void Temple Master through the token. Void Temple Master told them about life elixirs as well as their purpose. He said that a life elixir was worth 10,000 fire points at the Fire Points Exchange office. 10,000 fire points for one. He was stunned, but his surprise soon gave way to excitement. He turned to look at Jin Chu in admiration. Congratulations, Celestial Master Jin Chu. You just earned 30,000 fire points. Points that I earned after nearly losing my life. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet you 3, I would have paid for it with my life, Jin Chu replied. The 3 of them exchanged looks before chuckling. Not only are these life elixirs valuable, but they're also of great importance to Green Fire Palace. We should try our best to find more, he said. Why don't we split up and look for them? Jian Wushuang, You should go alone since you're the strongest. The three of us will stick together just in case. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded, as he was used to acting alone. Menglong and Jin Chu also agreed. There were many Jin Kingdom experts here. If they tried searching the way Jin Chu did, they might just lose their elixirs. They would be able to put up a fight if the three of them stayed together. Then I'll be taking my leave. Jian Wushuang waved at them before flying off. Yi and Menglong waited for Jin Chu to recover a little before setting off to find life elixirs. Chapter 1111 Acquaintances. Chapter 1111 Acquaintances. Jian Wushuang flew alone at a comfortable pace, passing the never-ending lofty mountains below. He was using the Scarlet Eye secret skill as it gave him a broader view. To think there's such a peculiar elixir in the world. He appeared bewildered as he contemplated the existence of life elixirs. Humph! What's so surprising about them? Gu King asked coldly. You're so short-sighted. No one in the eternal chaotic world would even blink because there are so many more powerful ones there. Yes, but I'm now in the Green Fire world. Life elixirs will be a great help to Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang retorted. After all, one life elixir could create a celestial master. If they found hundreds of life elixirs here, Green Fire Palace would welcome hundreds of new celestial masters. It would greatly enhance the might of the palace. Oh, right. Life elixirs could help people to integrate different Daos and create Dharma bodies. Can I use it when I'm ready to become a celestial master in the future? Jian Wushuang asked. You? It's impossible. Gu King laughed. Why? Jian Wushuang was confused. It's true that life elixirs can help one become a celestial master, but one's Dao will determine the chances of success in breaking through. If your 3 Dao are merely in the general level, then I can say with certainty that the elixir can help you become a celestial master. However, if one of 2 of your Daos are in the universe level, your chances drop to 80 or 90%. If they're in the creation level, your chances are less than 50%. You should at least develop the strongest sword principle if you want to be a celestial master and form your Dharma body. Life elixirs have little effect on you, so it's impossible for you to become a celestial master with just the elixir, Gu King added. I see. Jian Wushuang smiled wryly. He was unaware that life elixirs had a bearing on the level of Dao he had developed. Either way, I should try my best to get more life elixirs, Jian Wushuang said, clenching his hands. He continued to fly above the mountains to search for the elixirs. 5 days had passed since. This smell. Jian Wushuang stopped midair when he smelled the unmistakable fragrance of elixir. It originated from the spot beside him. The smell was unique as it was the smell of blood. Over there. Jian Wushuang looked in a particular direction and rushed over at once. After a while, he saw 2 scarlet elixirs floating in the void. 2 elixirs? Looks like I'm in luck. Jian Wushuang was so excited that he rushed to grab the 2 scarlet elixirs. However, when he looked at the elixirs in his hands, a strange feeling hit him. These are life elixirs? Such a strong smell of blood. Jian Wushuang commented in bewilderment. Life elixirs are made out of warriors' essence blood. Of course, they'll emanate the aura of essence blood, Gu King explained. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. The strong aura of the 2 elixirs also attracted an elegant man dressed in a golden armor. The man also rushed to the source of the aura, but he was much slower than Jian Wushuang. He arrived just in time to see Jian Wushuang putting the 2 life elixirs away. 2 life elixirs. Damn it! Someone got to them earlier, and to make things worse, it's a Green Fire Palace expert. His face darkened and his expression twisted into one of anger. Soon he got a clear look at Jian Wushuang. It's him. He stopped in midair with a frown. Jian Wushuang who had just placed the life elixirs into his interspatial ring, also noticed the man's presence. He was surprised when he looked up and saw who it was. It was the Gene Kingdom expert that he met under the stone pillar with the word "kill" on it earlier, as well as the first Gene Kingdom expert that he met since entering the battlefield. The man possessed the strength of an advanced celestial master and was strong even among his same-level peers. He was, at least, much stronger than the purple-haired, burly man whom he defeated 3 days ago. The life elixirs fell into the youngster's hands. The man stared at Jian Wushuang, contemplating. He then shook his head. In their previous battle, he was defeated and even lost an arm. Jian Wushuang was evidently as strong as he was. Now that he was alone, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to steal those life elixirs from Jian Wushuang. The man turned around to leave after a brief contemplation. Just as he was about to leave, "Haha, where are you going, all anxious like that?" Jian Wushuang's cheerful laughter reverberated in the air as he flew toward the man. The man stopped in his tracks and turned around to glare at Jian Wushuang. "I know I can't kill you and have no way of taking the life elixirs from you, so I'm leaving." "What else do you want me to do?" he shouted. "What else do I want you to do?" Jian Wushuang sneered. The grudge between Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom dictates both sides never stop until the other is exterminated. Since I've stumbled across you now, how can I allow you to leave with ease? Take this. Jian Wushuang charged at the man like he was a flowing light. A sword essence came out in an instant. "You madman!" There was raging fury in the man's eyes. He had chosen to leave, knowing that he could neither defeat Jian Wushuang or steal Jian Wushuang's life elixirs. However, he never expected that Jian Wushuang would provoke and fight him. Where did the kid get the courage? I didn't want to waste any energy battling you the last time. But did you think that I was afraid of you? The man asked coldly. Golden light flared from within him as 4 arms materialized, all equipped with a massive golden hammer. He swung his hammers at Jian Wushuang with a lightning speed motion. In just several decades, Jian Wushuang once again fought a fierce battle with the golden armored man. Chapter 1112, Second Battle. Chapter 1112, Second Battle. Bang! The golden armored man swung the massive hammers with his 4 arms. The hammers promptly turned into 4 golden lights. The lights converged and formed a straight line that aimed at Jian Wushuang one after another. Each of the flowing lights carried a strong momentum, making them seem impossible to block. You almost outdid me in terms of offensive power the last time, but it might not be the same this time. Jian Wushuang stared emotionlessly at the golden lights that were flying toward him. His blood mountain sword began to react. Ancient god power poured into the sword, causing it to explode with a mighty power. Jian Wushuang then swiftly thrust it at the man. Just then, the golden thunderbolt on the level 3 of divine Yin thunder poured into his sword. Clang! 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 Following the noise of collisions, Jian Wushuang and the man almost flew backward at the same time. The man was shocked. To think that he managed to rival me in a direct collision. Once again, Jian Wushuang was eager to fight again. He charged at the man as soon as he regained firm footing. Humph! I'm not afraid of you, the man cried. His pupils appeared to be turning red as he threw himself at Jian Wushuang as well. They fought against each other again. Jian Wushuang demonstrated his swordsmanship while the man used his giant hammer. They spared no effort to exercise their powers. Bang! 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 Horrifying explosions resounded one after another, sending shock waves through the air. The world began to shake, impacting the endless mountains. Some mountains were split into several parts, while others were reduced to dust. Haha! How exciting! Jian Wushuang growled, looking incredibly excited. On the other hand, the man became more frightened as the battle progressed. How is this possible? When we fought 10 years ago, we were equal in speed, but he was much weaker than I was. But now, how did he become strong enough to rival me in just a short time? The man murmured. Most of their battle had revolved around the confrontations between their power and might, with minimal displays of killing moves. Even so, he had collided with Jian Wushuang so many times. How was it that he still did not manage to gain the upper hand in their battle? It's only been a short 10 years. It's not unlike he has become a Dao master. So how did he achieve such great progress? The man was trembling with fear deep inside. Once one arrived at the celestial master level, every improvement in strength was the result of an arduous process. He was one such example, for he had barely improved even after tens of thousands of years. However, Jian Wushuang's offensive power had been greatly enhanced in just 10 years. To make things worse, Jian Wushuang was a mere eternal realm expert. What a monster! Though the man looked at Jian Wushuang coldly, he was already making plans to escape. He abruptly waved his forearms and produced an amazing power, strong enough to throw Jian Wushuang backward. He then took the opportunity to retreat and run. He ran. Jian Wushuang stood in place, watching the golden-armored man leave. He had yet to use all of his tricks. For example, he had not completely exercised his speed. However, he knew that he would not be able to kill the man even if he tried his best. In terms of strength, the man has reached the top level among all advanced celestial masters. However, I've reached the level 3 of divine Yin Thunder, and therefore am stronger in overall strength. Therefore, I can defeat many advanced celestial masters. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly to himself. He never once thought of fighting the golden-armored man to death. He merely wanted a real battle with the man to get an idea of his own strength. He had fought against a burly man with purple hair, an advanced holy master with weak battle strength. But that man escaped soon after the battle began. That left him unsatisfied. However, he was very happy with this battle. Let's keep going. Jian Wushuang continued to fly around the mountains in search of life elixirs. Whoosh! A golden flowing light flitted across the air before stopping on the top of a mountain. It was the man who fought Jian Wushuang earlier. That man was Chu Yang, a famed celestial master of the Jin Kingdom. Out of the many advanced celestial masters in the kingdom, he was strong enough to place 5th. He was absolutely one of the advanced celestial masters in terms of strength. However, his current expression was grave. Jian Wushuang, how did his strength increase so sharply in such a short time? If he continues improving at such a rate, won't he be the next Sunrise Sword Emperor? We must keep a close eye on Jian Wushuang in the future. Therefore, Chu Yang immediately reported this to the high-level experts of the Jin Kingdom. I met a peerless genius from the Green Fire Palace called Jian Wushuang. He seems like a mere Eternal Realm expert, but he's talented indeed. Perhaps he's using some kind of secret skill to hide his aura. When I met him last time, he used all sorts of skills to fight me, but barely escaped with his life intact. Back then, his offensive power was much weaker than mine. 10 years later, when I meet him again today, his offensive power is on par with mine. He has greatly improved his strength. We must kill someone this talented as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might turn out to be a formidable force of the Green Fire Palace. The high-level experts of the Jin Kingdom soon received the news. Concerned as they were, they immediately ordered their experts hiding in the Green Fire world to investigate Jian Wushuang. However, those experts faced a lot of limitations in the Green Fire world. Some of them might have information on Jian Wushuang, but they had few opportunities to deliver their messages as they could not show up in public. Therefore, those high-level experts could not get details of Jian Wushuang so soon. Still, they sent messages to the other experts on the battlefield, requesting them to look out for a sword principle expert in the Eternal Realm and kill him if a chance presented itself. Chapter 11:13 17 Years. Chapter 11:13 17 Years. Jian Wushuang's name eventually came to be known among many Jin Kingdom experts who had been fighting on the battlefield. Isn't Jian Wushuang someone who appears to be a mere expert of sword principle at the level of Eternal Realm? Yet his strength can rival an advanced celestial master, enough to make Chu Yang hold him in high regard? I think he's probably a celestial master. He can't be a mere Eternal Realm expert. Well, the world is full of wonders. He has only reached the level of Eternal Realm, but it's entirely possible that he has come across some great fortune or possessed some special skills that gave him access to greater power. That would explain everything. Everyone had different opinions upon hearing the news about Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, when the celestial masters from the Jin Kingdom residing in the mountains that contained life elixirs heard the news, their expressions turned grim. Since Jian Wushuang has arrived in this area, it's possible that we'll run into him. We should be careful. Two medium celestial masters from the Jin Kingdom were discussing Jian Wushuang. You're right. If Chu Yang holds him in high regard, he must be on the same level as Chu Yang. Perhaps he has even surpassed Chu Yang. Considering our strength, we best be on guard if we run into him. One of them said. Of course, there were those who did not take the matter seriously. One vulgar man, standing in the middle of mountain, sneered. Jian Wushuang? Humph! I don't care if he's in the Eternal Realm. I'd better not see him, or I'll crush him into pieces. Peerless genius? Even with such great talent, he'd be nothing once dead. A graceful girl clad in golden armor said coldly. Jian Wushuang's name became widespread in the Jin Kingdom after high-level leaders spread the news. However, Jian Wushuang was blissfully unaware of it. He continued to explore the area, looking for life elixirs all alone. Occasionally, he would encounter Jin Kingdom experts and would never hesitate to fight and try his best to beat them. Even if he failed, he considered it a chance to practice his swordsmanship through fierce battles. No opponent, except for celestial masters of the exceptional realm or a team of several advanced celestial masters, could threaten him. He was now stronger than ever. In fact, those experts could only hurt him. They would be daydreaming if they thought they could kill him. He was so confident in his strength that he had no qualms about openly flying around the mountains. Before he knew, he had remained in this area for 17 years. In the beginning of his time here, so few experts came to the area that it was highly unlikely for him to run into them. It also gave him a better chance of finding life elixirs. Later on, however, more and more experts arrived. Obviously, it became easier to run into them, and thus, the higher the chances of battle. Now he would essentially encounter an expert a month. He chose to fight each time, given that his opponent was not terribly strong. In the past 17 years, he had fought dozens of fierce battles of varying magnitude in this area, but killed only 2 in the process. Even then, it was their arrogance that led them to their death. Besides experience gained from those battles, he also managed to acquire 11 life elixirs. He found 8 life elixirs on his own and obtained the rest from the 2 experts who had been killed off. He could use those elixirs to create 11 celestial masters. If he were to pass them to the Fire Points exchange office, he could get 110,000 fire points in return. It was a great harvest for him. While these life elixirs are precious, the experience I gained from my sword principle within these 17 years is far more valuable. Jian Wushuang flew slowly as he talked to Gu King. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He was obviously pleased. Since you've developed 3 Das of the creation level, your next step is to figure out a way to advance one of them to the strongest level, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The strongest sword principle. Before he entered the battlefield, he had pushed both the coalescence sword principle and speed sword principle to the creation level. The Scarlet Yang sword principle remained at the universe level. However, he had discovered the method to break through into that level when he was in Taiching Palace. While fighting alone on the battlefield all these years, he had also been meditating and working on the Scarlet Yang sword principle. He fought more Jin Kingdom experts than ever, especially after coming here. As a result, he eventually found the breakthrough for the Scarlet Yang sword principle. Now, this Tao had completely combined Yin and Yang to form the Yin-Yang sword principle. The Yin-Yang sword principle was the last of his Taos to be at the creation level. Not only did the power of his sword principle that he could exercise increase, but his overall strength had also improved significantly. I spent a lot of time and energy advancing the Taos to the creation level. God knows how long it will take if I want to further it to the strongest level. Jian Wushuang laughed while shaking his head. It's essentially difficult to develop the strongest sword principle, since one at the creation level can hardly match up to it. Your father entered a secret land and cultivated for 100,000 years to complete this. Moreover, he also has an advantage in having the body of a sword spirit and exceptional talent. You're equally talented, but your cultivation time is still too short. So, take it easy, Guking said. I'm not too worried about advancing my sword principles, but I won't be able to make a realm breakthrough if I don't develop a strongest sword principle. In fact, I can become a Tao master right away, but I have to suppress it on purpose. It isn't exactly easy for me, Jian Wushuang said with a wry smile. He had long met the requirements of becoming a Tao master, but he was ambitious. He wanted to first develop the strongest sword principle and made it his foundation. Doing so would mean that his potential and strength could go even further in the future. Hang in there. If you want to make progress, you must suppress your own realm, but you needn't worry about it much. You'll be able to break through your bottleneck once any of the 3 sword principles reaches the strongest level, Gu King explained. You only need to make one sword principle your foundation in order to become a Tao master. Once you've made your choice, you won't be able to improve the chosen sword principle anymore, but you can still work on the other 2. Chapter 11:14, A Huge Commotion. Chapter 11:14, A Huge Commotion. Hearing those words, Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. He was very ambitious. If possible, he wished to advance his 3 sword principles to the strongest level. He could then integrate them and create an unprecedented Dharma body. However, he knew what a challenge it would be. Right now, he only wished to develop the strongest sword principle as his foundation and become a Tao master. His strength would surely skyrocket afterward. That feat was much easier said than done. Take it easy. Jian Wushuang tried to comfort himself, just as he was stewing in his thoughts. Buzz! Out of nowhere, a mighty aura erupted in the middle of the mountain range. The moment it did, a rich aroma of elixir wafted out and began to fill the area. The celestial masters who were looking for life elixirs in the same area were shocked by the unexpected phenomenon. What happened? The scent is so strong. How did it permeate the entire area? Something big must have happened. Jian Wushuang also caught wind of the situation, and his expression immediately turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the birth of a precious treasure. It could very well be some sort of elixir-related treasure. Go and have a look. Gu King urged in a low voice. Jian Wushuang nodded in response, and then quickly headed toward the source of the scent. Simultaneously, other celestial masters from Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom had also rushed over to the same spot. Everyone knew that a rare treasure must have arrived for it to cause such a commotion. It was likely that the treasure had something to do with the life elixirs that were scattered throughout this area. Undoubtedly, the treasure had sparked the interest of many. The scent could be traced to the center of the mountain range. It took Jian Wushuang 3 days to arrive on the scene. Once there, he was surprised to find that the dense scent showed no signs of dissipating even after so many days. He hovered high above as he overlooked the land before him. The ground had collapsed and sunk in to form a sinkhole. A faint golden light could be seen peeping out of the sinkhole. That was where the smell came from. As expected, a treasure has arrived, Gu King said excitedly. The treasure caused such a huge commotion, and its scent hasn't dissipated even after 3 days. I wonder what it is, Jian Wushuang said, looking doubtful. Just then, 3 figures flew toward Jian Wushuang and soon appeared before him. Jian Wushuang greeted them with a smile. Celestial Master Yi, Celestial Master Menglong, and Celestial Master Jin Chu. My friend, Jian Wushuang, they said with great enthusiasm. They had also rushed over after catching wind of the commotion. They were evidently not far from the sinkhole when they noticed, and thus arrived ahead of him. Did you find any life elixirs after searching this area for so many years? He asked. He smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. Some. What about you? Jian Wushuang asked. We managed to find some in the first few years, but later on, more and more experts came to this area, and our chances were lowered. Even if we did manage to find it, other experts would hurry over and fight us for it. Luckily, the 3 of U.S. joined forces in the fights and scraped through them, or else, he sighed. Jian Wushuang had nothing else to say, for he knew that his friend was telling the truth. In the past 17 years, countless experts joined the search for life elixirs. Battles were unavoidable, and they had only gotten more intense over the years. Though the 3 of them could work together, their combined strength was still pretty average compared to other experts in this area. Since you're around the area, do you know what happened in the sinkhole that day? Did a treasure appear? Jian Wushuang asked. The treasure did appear, but it's still in the early stage of incubation, so it's buried within. 2 hours ago, a green fire palace expert broke into the sinkhole out of curiosity. He couldn't see anything except a dazzling golden light. When he tried to approach the golden light, a defensive barrier stopped him, he answered. What? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up with surprise. A golden light? A barrier? Since the treasure is protected by a defensive barrier, it can only mean that it is controlled by some spirit. Judging from the rich aroma of elixir, the treasure is likely a palace treasure for storing elixirs, Gu King replied. Jian Wushuang immediately understood his explanation. It's the same for Jin Kingdom experts. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion that we should just wait patiently for the actual birth of the treasure. Once it's completely revealed, we will then fight for it, Menglong added. All right, let's just wait for it. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to hover around and quietly await the birth of the treasure with his friends. Before they knew it, a month had gone by just like that. During this period, the scent of the elixir that emitted from the bottom of the sinkhole never once dissipated. The entire area was still saturated with the mighty aura. But the treasure in the sinkhole had yet to be revealed. In addition, experts from both Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom, who were previously looking for life elixirs, had all came forth to gather around the sinkhole. Everyone stayed put and quietly anticipated the birth of the treasure. There are so many experts here. Jian Wushuang could feel the different intense auras drifting in the air within his field of consciousness. From what he could tell, there were over 30 celestial masters here. His field of consciousness was limited as he was only in the eternal realm. It could vaguely cover certain areas near the sinkhole, but not anything further than that. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had the token of Green Fire Palace. With that, he could clearly know the number of their allies in the area. There's a total of 42 experts from Green Fire Palace in this area. Jian Wushuang was stunned. They were all celestial masters. Moreover, he was counting only his allies. The Jin Kingdom would always have the upper hand in the battle if they were to fight against Green Fire Palace. Obviously, they would have even more experts on their side. That meant there were more than 42 experts from the Jin Kingdom here. Chapter 1115 Birth. Chapter 1115 Birth. I've received news that Celestial Master Yin Tong of the Green Fire World is now somewhere near the sinkhole. Celestial Master, Yi suddenly said. Celestial Master Yin Tong? He's here too? Celestial Master Meng Long's eyes widened. Celestial Master Yin Tong is an expert in the exceptional realm. Coupled with the arrival of Celestial Master Qing Lang and Celestial Master In, there are 3 experts in the exceptional realm from the Green Fire Palace who have rushed here. Celestial Master Jin, Chu exclaimed in awe. Experts in the exceptional realm were the most powerful out of all Celestial Masters. The possibility for these experts reaching the level of Holy Master was very low. For example, there were not even 10 of such experts among all the Celestial Masters in the Green Fire Palace. Yet, 3 of them have now come here. Since the Green Fire Palace has sent so many experts here, the Jin Kingdom won't be losing out either. I'm sure it'll be a massive chaos once the treasure is born and the fight begins, he said. Jian Wushuang looked exceptionally grim after hearing those words. He could already see the pandemonium when experts from both sides began battling for the treasure. Didn't this battle come just at the right timing for you, Jian Wushuang? Gu King suddenly said. The right timing? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang replied, flabbergasted. Weren't you discriminated against in the Green Fire Palace? Most experts of the palace reject you. If you want them to sincerely accept you the way they accept Yi and Meng Long, you need to prove your worth through earth-shattering success on the battlefield or even a bloody massacre. The upcoming battle will be your best chance to prove yourself, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank after hearing Gu King's words. He was indeed suffering discrimination in the Green Fire Palace because of his mother. Even Yi and Meng Long didn't like him before. It was only after his display of absolute strength that both of them gained a newfound respect for him. Evidently, power spoke the loudest no matter where one was in the world. It was the same for Yi and Meng Long, as were the other Celestial Masters in the Green Fire Palace. You're right. This upcoming battle is a golden opportunity to prove myself. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. That's the spirit. You're now much stronger now that your 3 sword principles are now in the creation level. Your swordsmanship is so strange and unpredictable too. If you try your best to kill your enemies, you'll definitely be a terrifying force. The paralyzing effect you'll have on your opponent will be significant too, enough to make those Celestial Masters of the Green Fire Palace look at you in a new light, Gu King said with a laugh. I understand. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned razor-sharp. The 2 groups of experts from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom were both quietly waiting near the sinkhole. Out of nowhere, boom! The aura that filled the air was already boundless and majestic in the first place. But at this moment, it once again increased sharply. The golden light at the bottom of the sinkhole became increasingly dazzling. Kaboom! The ground shook uncontrollably, and the intensity only increased as time passed. The treasure is about to born. The numerous experts who were waiting near the sinkhole became agitated. Their intense gazes focused on the inside of the sinkhole. While the ground was still shaking, a towering golden palace slowly rose from within the bottom of the sinkhole until it left the sinkhole altogether to go up to the void above. There were 2 golden words hanging above the main entrance of the majestic golden palace. Loyalty Palace. The rich cinnabar fragrance, as well as the aura that pervaded the atmosphere, originated from this palace. The experts' eyes turned heated the moment they saw the palace, and all of them rushed toward it at an astonishing speed in the following second. The whole world erupted into a chaos. Hurry! We should go over there as well, he cried as he immediately ran. Stay calm. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to stop Yi. What's wrong? Yi Menglong and Jin Chu frowned at him. This loyalty palace isn't to be trifled with. Look, Jian Wushuang said. The three of them turned to look at the palace and saw a layer of pale, golden restriction stopping the experts from entering. One of the experts tried to hack the layer of restriction open. However, the restriction showed no sign of budging, no matter if he tried alone or went at it with other experts. There was nothing they could do but helplessly wait outside the palace. What's going on? The treasure is already born. Why is there still a layer of restriction? We can't break open the restriction. The experts all felt vexed. Gu King, who resided inside Jian Wushuang, chuckled. There's a spirit inside the palace as expected, and it's controlling the layer of restriction. I'm sure that no one can enter without its permission. No one can enter? Does that mean all our work will be in vain? Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't worry, now that the spirit shows up at this point and caused much stir, it must bear its own intentions. Just wait and see what happens. Gu King said. All right. Jian Wushuang gave a small nod before glancing at the three celestial masters next to him. Let's go. The four of them immediately went up to the palace. The majestic and towering loyalty palace suspended quietly in the void with its pale golden layer of restriction stretching around it for 100 miles, barricading against the numerous experts from both camps. The experts from both camps looked at each other in dismay. Just then, crash! The main entrance of the palace opened. The expressions of the experts barricaded outside changed as they stared into the interior of the palace through its open doors. Their pupils rapidly shrunk when they saw what was inside. Pellets of red-colored elixir were hovering in the air in the pitch-black darkness inside the palace. These pellets emanated a faint scent of blood. These were none other than the life elixirs. Chapter 1116, Chaos. Chapter 1116, Chaos. The life elixir was what these experts from both the Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom had been wantonly searching this area for all these years. They had amassed a considerable amount of life medicine pellets after more than 10 years of searching. Thus, if what they saw inside the Loyalty Palace was several or even dozens of life medicine pellets, they wouldn't show such a reaction. The fact was that there were more than hundreds of life elixir inside. The number of life elixirs inside was enough to produce hundreds of celestial masters. To think that they would appear all at the same time. The gazes of the experts on both camps turned heated. If the Green Fire Palace obtains all those life medicine pellets, we can increase our strength significantly. Celestial Master Yi's gaze turned burning hot. One life medicine pellet is equivalent to 10,000 fire points. That means there are millions of fire points inside, Celestial Master Menglong said, licking his lips. We must try our best to take them all, Celestial Master Jean Chu said passionately. Jian Wushuang stood outside the layer of restriction, observing everyone, including the three celestial masters with him, with a grave expression. Suddenly, the hundreds of life medicine pellets, hovering quietly inside the Loyalty Palace, turned into flowing lights that projected in all directions. It was as if an unknown force had triggered their change. The pellets shot out at the same time at a high speed, penetrating the layer of restriction and appearing directly in front of the experts outside. Their hearts thumped violently when they saw this sight. In a split second, grab them. Hurry up and grab them. Oh God, there are so many life elixirs. They're mine. They're all mine. The entire world erupted into chaos. Mad. Both camps had gone truly mad. There was an outbreak of strong and ferocious Celestial Masters' auras as they took out their own magic weapons and joined the fight. Celestial Masters Yi, Menglong, and Jean Chu became frenzied as well. Be careful, you three! Jian Wushuang warned them. The Blood Mountain sword was already in his hand as he eyed the two pellets of life medicine closest to him. In the next second, he dashed forward like an eagle swooping in from the sky above and arrived in front of the pellets. There were 2 Gene Kingdom experts who had their eyes on the same pellets as well. One was an advanced-level Celestial Master, while the other was a medium-level Celestial Master. Eternal Realm Aura? He's Jian Wushuang. The 2 Gene Kingdom experts recognized Jian Wushuang at once. Humph. So what if your strength rivals Chu Yang's? The 2 of us still killed him anyway. The cold, severe-looking young man with a fire cloud pattern between his brows shouted. Well said. The girl, with bluish-green hair, nodded heavily. The 3 of them had appeared in front of the 2 pellets of life elixir at the same time. The cold, severe-looking young man held a large and malevolent scarlet scythe. Bloody clouds surged in his body as he emanated a boundless and bloody aura. The fire cloud pattern between his brows radiated a dazzling light. He threw his scarlet scythe with a swing swift of his right hand. The sickle streaked the void as if it had traveled through a long, endless river of blood. The sickle arrived in front of Jian Wushuang in no time. Scram! Jian Wushuang roared, feeling the ancient god power pour into his body and the blood mountain sword in his hand breaking out with overwhelming might. He thrust his sword. This strong thrust carried the might of no less than 3 sword principles of creation level. It abruptly burst in power under the support of the blood-killing plate armor. Clang! The sound of collision resounded loudly. The long, endless river of blood immediately dispersed. The powerful collision also flung the scarlet scythe, directly impaling the cold and severe-looking young man. Effed! Blood sprayed from the young man's mouth, and his expression immediately turned deathly pale. Just then, a strange sword shadow appeared behind Jian Wushuang out of the blue. The icy cold sword light carried a ravaging aura as if it was a spirit serpent sliding through the void. It flew toward Jian Wushuang in a bid to pierce his skull. You're seeking death. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted when he detected the cold gale blowing behind him. Without even bothering to glance at what was behind him, he swung his sword in a casual manner. Buzz! The moment a faint sword echo reverberated, the girl with bluish-green hair who used a strange swordsmanship to ambush Jian Wushuang had already encountered a terrifying consciousness attack. The girl was merely a medium-level celestial master with a fairly weak consciousness. She immediately sank into a state of muddle-headedness. Jian Wushuang's beautiful and shrill sword killed her without the least bit of resistance. What? He's that strong. The young man, who was heavily injured after being flung away by the collision, was deeply shocked. Jian Wushuang had severely hurt him with a single sword strike and then casually killed another medium-level celestial master with another sword strike. This sort of strength was clearly one realm beyond a typical advanced-level celestial master. After killing the girl with bluish-green hair, Jian Wushuang grabbed the 2 pellets of life elixir as well as the girl's interspatial ring. He then rested his cold gaze on the young man. You're going to die as well. His killing intent surged high into the sky. He arrived in front of the young man with a single step and violently thrust his blood mountain sword. Bladed surge. He unleashed his terrifying killing move that contained secret strength. Oh no! The expression of the cold and severe-looking young man changed drastically. He brandished his blood-red sickle to try and block Jian Wushuang's sword. Clang! Yet came another loud collision. Jian Wushuang struck the young man so hard that the latter sank. The young man felt his arm numbing, but before he could do anything about it, the second layer of power hidden in the bladed surge exploded. The second layer of power hit the wide-eyed young man with basically zero resistance. Disbelief colored the young man's eyes as he breathed his last. With a swing of Jian Wushuang's large hand, he grabbed the young man's interspatial ring as well. Though it felt like some time had passed, he took less than the time it took for him to take a single breath. Yet, in that short span of time, an advanced level and a medium level celestial master of the Jin kingdom died in his hands. Chapter 1117, Massacre. Chapter 1117, Massacre. That fast? How is that possible? The Jin Kingdom experts were all deeply shocked after witnessing how Jian Wushuang killed the cold and severe-looking young man and the girl with bluish-green hair. In fact, they barely had any time to react to how quickly and effortlessly Jian Wushuang killed an advanced level and a medium-level celestial master. His eyes were steely and his killing intent was still strong. In the next second, he was once again displaying his power. He appeared behind a Jin Kingdom expert. The expert was a genuine advanced-level celestial master who had just obtained 1 pellet of life elixir. 2 green fire palace experts were currently besieging him and cornering him into a rather pathetic state. Out of the blue, die! The expert turned his head when he heard Jian Wushuang's roar. The only thing he saw was a dazzling sword light that was as slow as a snail. Even so, he felt as if he had no way of dodging it. Simultaneously, Jian Wushuang launched a terrifying consciousness attack against the expert. His killing intent also charged at the expert. The consciousness of this advanced-level celestial master was not that strong in the first place. Coupled with the fact that he was facing Jian Wushuang's sudden ambush, his consciousness instantly turned sluggish. That sluggishness gave the sword light the opportunity to pierce his throat and crush his life core. In the blink of an eye, another advanced-level celestial master had fallen. Everyone, including the 2 green fire palace experts who had been working together to besiege the celestial master, was stupefied. That's an advanced-level celestial master, not some subpar trash. But he's dead in just the blink of an eye? How can he be that strong? Even if he's a celestial master in the exceptional realm, how could he so easily kill an advanced-level celestial master? He did it with a consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack is incredibly terrifying. Startled and furious voices came one after another from experts of both the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang, my friend. Celestial Masters Yi Menglong and Jin Chu were equally stunned. They did have some idea of Jian Wushuang's strength, but 17 years ago, he was only capable of defeating an advanced-level celestial master with ease. Yet now, it was like mere child's play for him to kill the advanced-level celestial master. Compared to his level of strength 17 years ago, he was now evidently much stronger. He has become stronger, so much stronger at that. Yi sighed. He's really a monster. Celestial Masters Meng Long and Jin Chu could not help themselves from exclaiming in admiration. It was utter chaos on the battlefield as the experts put their lives on the line to obtain some of the hundreds of pellets of life elixir. The lofty celestial masters who were rarely seen in the Green Fire Palace most days had thrown all of their esteem out of the window to fight for the life medicine. In a matter of minutes, more than 10 celestial masters from both camps had died. 8 of them were from the Jin Kingdom, with 3 dead by Jian Wushuang's hands. Kill! Jian Wushuang cried, his killing intent surging high. The dazzling and shrill sword light once again flared. Be careful! It's Jian Wushuang. Be careful of his consciousness attack. Here comes Jian Wushuang. Hurry up and run. Wherever Jian Wushuang went, he left behind a trail of cries and screams. Ever since his 3 sword principles were promoted to the level of creation level, his overall strength had increased sharply. Compared to 17 years ago, he was now a whole realm stronger. With his current power, he would be on par with a celestial master in the exceptional realm if he used full force. More importantly, his swordsmanship was unusual. His sheer shadow swordsmanshiped a consciousness attack that was unimaginably swift and imbued with killing intent. Once he swung his saber, nothing but death awaited medium-level celestial masters with an ordinary consciousness. Even among advanced-level celestial masters, there was a portion of them who were relatively weak. If they were confronted with Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack, they would be greatly affected as well. Once their reaction slowed by just a beat, they would also die in his hands. The experts from the Jin Kingdom, who had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack, began guarding against such attacks. However, even with sufficient mental preparation, it was difficult to block such attacks. Die. Kill. Jian Wushuang's gaze was razor-sharp as he showed the Jin Kingdom experts, who were wrestling with the Green Fire Palace experts, no mercy. He moved so swiftly that his body was a blur as he weaved through the crowd, switching between grabbing the pellets of life elixir near him, killing the Jin Kingdom experts, and helping fellow Green Fire Palace experts who had fallen into peril. Jian Wushuang displayed the full extent of his power. He was like a storm that swept through the battlefield, leaving behind skeletons in his wake. The blade of his blood mountain sword had been dyed red. This was a massacre. This could even be described as a ruthless slaughter. This slaughter caused many experts on the battlefield to tremble in fear. Of course, this frenetic slaughter soon drew the attention of all the Jin Kingdom experts. They watched a peer in the exception realm closest to them fall to the ground. Don't be hasty, young one. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy old man wearing a similar golden armor. He was armed with a heavy sword that was a whopping 10 Chinese feet long and carried an unthinkable weight. When the old man swung such a massive sword, he caused an outbreak of a gale with the sword. The sword was like a tsunami, sweeping Jian Wushuang from the front with a violent force. He's a celestial master in the exceptional realm. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted and his mouth curved into a bloodthirsty smile as he took a step forward. The moment he took the step, he immediately lifted the sword in his hand. Simultaneously, the old man lifted his heavy sword and swung it at Jian Wushuang at once. The sword movement with the strongest offensive power, earth-shattering. Clang! The terrifying sound of an explosion rang out in the middle of the battlefield. The aftermath of their collision rapidly swept their surroundings, forcing the celestial masters near them to retreat. The collision threw Jian Wushuang off, forcing him several steps backward. This is indeed a celestial master in the exceptional realm. What formidable strength! Excitement flitted across Jian Wushuang's eyes, not at all discouraged despite being at an absolute disadvantage. Once he regained firm footing, he once again charged at the old man. Die, young one! The murderous desire in the tall and sturdy old man's eyes was overwhelming as he once again thrust his heavy sword. Die, young one! The murderous desire in the tall and sturdy old man's eyes was overpowering as he once again thrust the heavy sword in his hand. The two of them once again collided. Clang! 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 The resulting explosions caused frightening, ear-splitting booms, the madness spreading everywhere. In the middle of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the old man confronted each other head-on. The moment the two of them began fighting, their battle was already at its climax. Chapter 1118, Massacre for Military Glory. Chapter 1118, Massacre for Military Glory. A frenetic massacre unfolded on the battlefield. There were too many experts who had been drawn here by the birth of the Loyalty Palace. 42 alone came from the Green Fire Palace. There were even more who hailed from the Jin Kingdom. Experts from both camps summed up to more than 100 Celestial Master experts. They all participated in this chaotic battle. There was already a deep grudge between the two camps in the first place. Naturally, their battle was even more ferocious. Moreover, the number of life medicine pellets was only a little over 100. Many of the Celestial Masters got their hands on them with minimal effort after they flew out of the Loyalty Palace. Now that all the pellets were gone, the ferocious battle gradually subsided. On the battlefield, experts from both camps had mostly stopped fighting. There were only two figures clashing fiercely in the middle of the battlefield. These two were none other than Jian Wushuang and the tall and sturdy old man who was a celestial master in the exceptional realm. Someone whose battle prowess had reached Jian Wushuang's level would naturally be incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, he and the old man had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Clang! Once again, an earth-shattering collision resounded. It was only then that the two of them finally separated from each other. Jian Wushuang hovered high up in the void, his breath still boundless and his battle intent overwhelming. His eyes glinted as he stared at the tall and sturdy old man. The old man's face finally turned a little pale, and there was even a faint blood stain on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes were unbridled anger. When the experts from both camps saw this, they were deeply stunned. How is this possible? That's a celestial master in the exceptional realm. Jian Wushuang managed to hurt him without getting injured himself? How is this possible? This must be a joke. The celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace were all dumbfounded. They were all familiar with Jian Wushuang and knew that when he first arrived, he possessed the battle prowess of a medium-level celestial master. However, they were hostile to him because of his mother. Yet now, it hadn't even been that long since he first arrived in the Green Fire Palace. Was a celestial master in the exceptional realm also helpless against him? Even a celestial master in the exceptional realm was injured after a battle with him. Impossible! The Jin Kingdom experts were also astonished and in great disbelief. This damned junior! The tall and sturdy old man trembled as fiery hatred burned in his eyes. He felt incredibly sullen. Yes, he was sullen. If Jian Wushuang had depended solely on his strength to injure him, then he must admit that Jian Wushuang's strength was above his. However, the clincher was that Jian Wushuang's strength wasn't at all above his. Jian Wushuang was indeed weaker than him. Even Jian Wushuang himself conceded this point. Even though his strength had increased sharply ever since he elevated his 3 sword principles to the creation level, it was barely enough to put him on par with a celestial master in the exceptional realm. In a true battle, he was most certainly at a disadvantage. Even though he has tried his best in the fierce battle with the robust elder, he was still at a disadvantage. The reason for such a development was because Jian Wushuang still insisted on confronting the old man who was putting everything on the line. In a head-on collision, the old man was naturally unafraid. In their exchange of blows, the aftermath of their attacks was equally devastating and affected them both. The only difference was that the old man received far less impact from the aftershock. However, Jian Wushuang's defensive measures defied heaven itself. Even though the aftershock was incredibly powerful, it couldn't injure him in the slightest. On the other hand, the comparatively lighter aftershock that the old man suffered ended up hurting him. This brat is clearly weaker than me, but his defense is far superior to mine, the burly old man muttered, clasping his hands. The battlefield came to a complete standstill after Jian Wushuang and the burly old man ceased fighting. The two camps of experts began determining their respective losses, as well as that of their enemies. The Jin Kingdom experts flew into a rage once they found their answer. Impossible! How could this happen? There were more than 60 experts from our Jin Kingdom. We have at least 20 more than the Green Fire Palace. The quality of our experts is better too. Logically speaking, we clearly had the upper hand and the number of our fallen peers should be lower than theirs. Yet, why did our Jin Kingdom lose so many celestial masters? Another celestial master in the exceptional realm from the Jin Kingdom roared. Other Jin Kingdom experts experienced the same level of fury. On the other side, the Green Fire Palace experts were stupefied. Under ordinary circumstances, Their side ought to suffer more devastating results than the Gene Kingdom. However, reality proved differently. After a quick calculation, they determined that they had lost 13 celestial masters. This was most certainly a great loss for them. The loss of the Gene Kingdom was somehow greater. They had lost more than 29 celestial masters. One more, and that would make up a whopping 30 of them. How did it turn out this way? Just what exactly is going on? Voices imbued with anger came from the group of Gene Kingdom experts. In the next moment, they all turned to look at the young man who wore a blood-soaked robe and carried a scarlet longsword. Jian Wushuang. It's him. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him who bulldozed through the battlefield and ruthlessly slaughtered our experts. I was near him earlier and saw very clearly how he, from the beginning of the battle, mercilessly slaughtered some 20 of our celestial master experts. Had old Wu not stopped him, I don't know how many more of our experts would die in his hands. He's the reason why we're suffering such a massive loss. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. It's all because of him. It's this bastard who single-handedly exterminated 20 of our Gene Kingdom experts in a short time. Furious glares, one after another, burned upon Jian Wushuang. These angry remarks dumbfounded the Green Fire Palace experts. Single-handedly exterminated 20 of the Gene Kingdom experts in a short time. Jian Wushuang did that. Jian Wushuang's robe billowed in the air, and his already red Blood Mountain sword turned a darker shade after absorbing all of his enemy's blood. There was still blood dripping from the tip of the sword blade. On his handsome and cold face was a pair of steely eyes. The killing aura that enveloped him remained as overpowering as ever. From today onward, your name will strike fear in both the Green Fire Palace and Gene Kingdom experts. Gu Qing's solemn voice resounded inside Jian Wushuang's heart. You've developed your reputation from this ruthless massacre. Your massacre today will certainly be a bloody myth in the Green Fire Palace. Chapter 1119, Nirvana Elixir. Chapter 1119, Nirvana Elixir. A bloody myth. Jian Wushuang shook his head. But that's not what I want. All I want is to let them accept me. Well, in that case, you've succeeded. Gu Qing smiled. Jian Wushuang looked around and found those Green Fire Palace experts all looked thoughtful. He's so strong. Is that really Jian Wushuang? I heard that he's only been cultivating for more than 2,000 years. He actually has increased his strength to a level like this in such a short time. Incredible. His father, Nan, is already formidable. However, Nan has been cultivating for 100,000 years in a secret land. Jian Wushuang may be lesser than his father, but just a little. But when it comes to cultivation time, his one is really short. Celestial masters from Green Fire Palace were all murmuring. They had finally been convinced of Jian Wushuang's potentials. Maybe Jian Wushuang would grow someday to complete his mother's mission and become a real leader of Green Fire Palace. At that time, buzz. Behind the open doors of the restriction-covered Loyalty Palace, deep purple lights shot out. It turned out that the 6 lights came from 6 deep blue pigeon egg-sized elixirs. The 6 elixirs were emitting an inviting fragrance. Anyone that smelled them could not help be lost in the aroma. All the people shifted their gaze on the 6 deep purple elixirs. Those elixirs. Most of the celestial masters from both parties failed to recognize the 6 elixirs, including those who had a profound knowledge of elixirs. They all frowned in doubt. Inside Jian Wushuang, Gu Qing just smiled at the sight of them. This will be fun. Gu Qing, do you know what that is? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course. Gu Qing smirked. Didn't I tell you that life elixir is worthless in the eternal chaotic world, and so many other elixirs exceed it? What you're looking at right now is the Nirvana elixir that exceeds the life elixir. Nirvana elixir? Jian Wushuang could not hold back his surprise. As the name suggested, it can help celestial masters take the most important step to transform themselves. Gu King explained, "Take the most important step? You mean they can reach the Samsara Temple Master level with it?" Jian Wushuang goggled. "Yes, they can, but it's not as effective as life elixir. Normally, the medicine will increase the success rate by 3/10." Gu King laughed. 3/10. Jian Wushuang gasped. To reach the level where Void Temple Master, Samsara Temple Master, and Tang Emperor Green Fire World had been in existence for 40 million years. In the wide battlefield, there had only been one expert who crossed that level and numerous celestial masters. That most important step to a celestial master was like ancient world to eternal world. The gap was too big. No matter in Green Fire Palace or the Gene Kingdom, even in the eternal chaotic world, many celestial masters must have been trying to break through during their entire lives. And the Nirvana elixir could increase the success rate by 3/10. How great was that? Even if it was just 1/10 possibility, Jian Wushuang thought, celestial masters would scramble for it. In the eternal chaotic world, Nirvana Exilor doesn't count as something extraordinary. But in Green Fire World, it's something precious. Even the Gene Kingdom will take it seriously. Of course, it's of no use to you. Gu King continued. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, still staring at the elixirs. It might be of no use to him, but would be useful to Green Fire Palace. If he could obtain all 6 of them, unexpectedly, Green Fire Palace would have 2 more palace masters, which would bring their battle strength to an unprecedented level. The puzzled experts started to recognize the elixirs as well. Nirvana elixir in the legend. The crowd gasped and finally recognized the elixirs. All of a sudden, their eyes were filled with greed. In the eyes of most celestial masters, madness revealed. They became much crazier than when they saw several hundreds of life elixirs. After all, life elixir was only useful to Tao masters. They actually did not benefit from it. They only did it for their camps. However, Nirvana elixir was completely another story. Nirvana elixir could help them take the step they had longed for. It was such an enticement to them. Get ready. Eyes on the 6 Nirvana elixir. When they're thrown out, we must do everything to get them. A black-robed woman in the Green Fire Palace camp shouted. She was Celestial Master and of Green Fire Palace. Green Fire Palace had sent 3 Celestial Masters in exceptional realm. One of them was Celestial Masterin. Moreover, she was the strongest one of the 3. Everyone was staring at the 6 deep purple elixirs. Suddenly, one of the 6 elixirs transformed to a streak of purple flowing light and charged forward. The purple light shot through the restriction and floated among the crowd. Seeing the floating light, the entire battlefield got into chaos. Get them! Fast! We must get them! Shouts burst out in the crowd. Then, they dived into a fight, scrambling for the elixirs. Both camps had gone truly mad, fighting each other for Nirvana elixir. However, in a moment, the battle was over. Chapter 1120. 3 Elixirs. Chapter 1120. 3 Elixirs. Humph! A snort came with mighty aura. Like a storm, it stopped many experts. Clad in gold armor, a middle-aged man stood in the center. There was a red, thunder-shaped mark on his forehead. He held a double-edged giant axe, surrounded by crimson clouds like a war god. In his other hand, it was the deep purple elixir, Nirvana elixir. Damn it! He's got it! He's got the first Nirvana elixir. Celestial masters of Green Fire Palace all gritted their teeth at the sight of this. Jian Wushuang felt regretful as well. The elixir had stopped at a distant place. The moment he reached there, the fight was already over. It fell into the hands of the middle-aged man. The man who carried a giant axe was a celestial master in exceptional realm from the Jin Kingdom. He was actually more capable than the strong elder that Jian Wushuang had fought. He had got hold of the elixir, and no one dared to mess with him. After all, none of them was confident to kill him. It's just the first one of the 6 nirvana elixirs. Green Fire Palace experts comforted themselves and looked back at Dan Xan Palace. In the void of the temple floated the remaining 5 elixirs. Subsequently, a streak of purple light flashed, then 2 deep purple lights shot out. Following the first 1 elixir, 2 more elixirs were thrown out in different directions. One of them stopped near Jian Wushuang. Grab them. Jian Wushuang darted directly to the nearby nirvana elixir. As the elixir flew out of the restriction, a nearby Jin Kingdom expert rushed forward, trying to take it. However, a sharp long spear that seemed to crumble the world emerged out of the blue. "What is that?" An exclamation escaped the expert. He was just a medium celestial master, but the long spear had come from a celestial master in exceptional realm. Moreover, the spear had been very fast. The expert was extinguished before he could act. Then a giant hand grabbed the nirvana elixir. The flowing light died down, and a figure appeared. It was a slim young man, dressed in bronze armor, which was emitting a mighty aura. Apparently, he was wearing a strong, protective treasure. Celestial Master Green Wolf. With a hearty smile, Jian Wushuang appeared in the nearby void, carrying his Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang. The young man was another celestial master in exceptional realm. He smiled. "The Jin Kingdom experts won't let me off easily, help me." "Understood." Jian Wushuang nodded. Although coveted, they soon withdrew in face of Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Green Wolf, and other helping Green Fire Palace celestial masters. Boom! In a distant void, an overwhelmingly strong power burst out. In the void, Dark Celestial Master was pushed backward, carrying her 2 long spears. In front of her was a plump, bald teenager. He held a golden machete with immense killing intent. "Celestial Master, unfortunately you can't beat me." The bald teenager shouted as he put a nirvana elixir into his interspatial ring. Celestial Master An's face went red with anger, but did nothing. There had been many experts from both palaces for the elixirs, but generally speaking, the Jin Kingdom was better. They had sent 4 celestial masters in exceptional realm, and the bald teenager was the only one she feared. She fought him and lost. Her elixir was also taken. Well, at least we get one. Celestial Master and let out a sigh of relief, looking in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Celestial Master Green Wolf. There had been 3 nirvana elixirs, and they at least got one. If they had not gotten anyone, that would be a total failure. There are 3 left. I believe they'll be throwing out at the same time. We'll get 2 of them at least. Celestial Master and snorted coldly. With 2 more nirvana elixirs, they would obtain the half of the 6, which was reasonable. The last 3. On the battlefield, all of them were staring at the remaining floating nirvana elixirs with eyes wide open. Then, as expected, all 3 of them were thrown out at one time. They were shot in the same direction. Both camps were stunned. 3 in one direction. All of them. That means we can 3 at one time. The present celestial masters were all agitated and rushed in the direction of the 3 elixirs. A scarlet-robed figure was standing in that direction. When he saw the 3 nirvana elixirs were darting toward him, Jian Wushuang was shocked too. Among the previous 3 elixirs, the first one was too far away and he did not even get a chance. The second and third one shot out together. He managed to help Celestial Master Green Wolf obtain one of them, but never did he expect that the last 3 all darted toward him. Shocked, Jian Wushuang still managed to open his palm and caught the 3 streaks of purple flowing lights. He was holding the 3 Nirvana elixirs.